Bam! But my transition actually worked for once. Nice. It never fucking works. That's very exciting. Also, what's my volume of the game at? Too quiet. You guys can't hear shit. Okay, let's turn that back up. Hiya, Krail. Good to see ya. So, okay, today we are continuing the plot. We are actually hitting one of my favorite arcs. Like after Bronya's stuff. Bronya's stuff is really good. These two chapters are really solid. Like this is really, really good stuff. But before we do that, I was going back through the Impact 3rd channel, and I noticed that there's actually an animation that happens. So, like last time, we did like Seele stuff, and what happened with Kiana during this time. There is another animation that was released right after this chapter, which is about Bronya specifically. It does not show up in game, and as far as I can tell, it doesn't really like line up to anything. But I figured we could watch it nonetheless. You see Kiana or Farm on Jackal? Yeah, we do. You know exactly what I'm excited about. Good. So here's a Bronya animation that we haven't seen much of, but this is a good one. I haven't seen this in a while, actually. The non-canon Bronya scene. Yeah, it is the non-canon one. It's cool, though. Look, we get actual blood in this, too. Just in case anyone forgot that Bronya is an assassin. I haven't seen this in so long, I forgot what happens. Part of me would like to believe that this is canon, but it's like a flashback to like before Bronya was with Kokolia. But, you know, it's still non-canon, I think, for the most part. Do not bother the Bronya. Exactly. This party is so cool. It can't be canon. Seele didn't know Bronya back then. Yeah, this is true. I have a thought about this, actually. So, here's what I think of how this could be canon. There is a very, very specific sequence of events that we've only ever seen talked about in the manga very briefly, which is when Seele is kidnapped and like held for ransom because like the guys are trying to get at Kokolia, right? So they kidnap Seele is like a whole thing, and Bronya goes out of her way to like assassinate everyone who kidnaps Seele. Like she like chokes them to death with her garters and stuff, right? Like she absolutely decimates these people. And then when she gets into where Seele is being held, there's a couple of things that happen in sequence here. We probably talked this a little bit, but I'll go over it again. From Seele's perspective, she sees Veliona for the very first time. But Veliona doesn't have a concrete form yet. She's more like a black shadow type thing. And Seele perceives this to be like a demon of some kind because she doesn't yet know what's really going on with her. And she hasn't really talked to or like met her other self yet. From Bronya's perspective, she has just killed a bunch of people in front of Seele, and then all she sees is Seele seeing her after having done this and calling her a demon. And so Bronya from this point on resolves that she's never going to kill people for Seele's sake ever again, which is partly why Sin is allowed to like live and isn't immediately bodied the moment that he starts bullying or that she starts bullying Seele. So what I would like to believe is that this sequence is basically what Bronya did when rescuing Seele at that moment. Like, we saw bits and pieces of the manga, sure, but the manga stuff is like, that's part of like, one of the older ones, right? So like some of that could have been slightly retconned. So this being like that sequence of Bronya killing people for Seele's sake is what I would like this to be. Is that what this is? Maybe, maybe not. But the fact that it ends with Veliona talking to Bronya instead, and that, like, if it's the sequence that I would say it is, being the first instance of Veliona actually, like, activating where Seele recognizes her, that kind of lines up. So that's where I would place this animation specifically, which would be before the events of the game and stuff. But nonetheless, I haven't seen this animation in a while. It's really cool. Bronya is fucking sick, dude. As far as non-canon CGs that could be canon, I still think that Reburn is absolutely canon for Kiana's delusions while Sin's corrupting her. I mean, we could watch the Reburn one. The Reburn one, the reason why I would say Reburn is almost certainly like not ever going to be canon. Is like, you can call it hallucinations. That would be the only way that you could do it. I think what Reburn actually showcases is the original concept that they were going to do, and then promptly abandoned like almost immediately. So let's pull that up. That was like, it's the reason why I said it says Reburn was one of the oldest videos on the channel. I think it was like one of the like promotional videos they did before the game even came out. Because when you go back and scroll through, and I'll just pull it up here, you can see we have the original CG that was like the trailer that they played for every fucking patch, and then Reburn is the very next one. So this was an extremely old, very, very early animation that I'm pretty sure represents like a story direction that they were going to do and then kind of abandoned. And since we're hitting into the Arc City stuff here in a moment, this actually is a good time to talk about it now. So let's go through it. Also, if you look at the background here, what's very funny, Swimsuit May in the background here in the corner, and then Scarlet Fusion Himeko in the background. I find it immensely funny that like there's certain stages and stuff, and you can't say, oh, like because it's in there, it must be non-canon. In official actual stages, they use promotional art and stuff for the game in actual like canon stages, which I find extremely funny just to see that in the background.
终于来了吗?
Oh, I can't turn on the thing. You remember when Time Fracture was like a unique thing for the Valkyries? Blech. Imagine if they actually let us have an Autohato for once. May's like, I'm gonna bring you back. Throws a train at her. Good job, May. Man, one day we'll get Autohato. One day. Maybe. It's such a cool animation, though. Damn. Did not take long. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit, because there's a few things to unpack in this, I think. The first is, like, if you go back and read some of the old manga stuff, particularly like the Moon Shadow, I think is what it's called. It's like a mission where Kiana is sent with like Fuqua to go investigate. It's something like it's building up like the Gem Desire and Wendy. And in that, Sidon partially takes control over Kiana's body and she activates the Night Moonbeam armor. Also in the manga, a couple of times, whenever like Kiana begins to like activate powers and access to things she's not supposed to, Night Moonbeam shows up pretty consistently. So it's like a battle suit that Kiana would eventually get access to if she were a proper Valkyrie, but at this time she's like activating it because the herrscher stuff is like overriding what was going on. And you can see even here, we have this moment where Kiana's like clearly fighting for control over herself before absolutely obliterating Arahato properly. And what I think is so interesting about this is like, yeah, you could take this as a dream sequence, as like something that she's like hallucinating, but also remember, Arahato does exist. It is an actual thing. Anti-Entropy actually built it, and the anime was just a cover-up as like a whole thing. And considering that Anti-Entropy also has Mei's dad, this being like a thing of like Mei being part of it, like Emiko or whatever, and like her still having access to Arahato, it seems to me that this was like an early concept of like what the Arc City arc would have potentially been, of like, instead of the Arc City that we actually get with Void Drifter and everything else, this was like probably their original idea of like Kiana still fighting for control over herself, still trying to like deal with things, and then they're using the anti-entropy stuff to try to bring her back in some way or another, and having her still struggle to control over herself. This is also like, remember that in Guns Girl Z, Kiana becomes the herrscher finality, like the evil one, and kills everyone. And this was made at the time where they were still planning on adapting Guns Girl Z directly, as opposed to it being what it is now, which is not an adaptation directly. It's never been functional? No, it was functional. If you read the Second Eruption manga, they literally used Arahato to like go to the moon whenever they were fighting Sidon in the Second Eruption. So like, Arahato is functional. It is a fully functional actual mech. It does work. And they've used it in combat before. It was very instrumental in the Second Eruption manga. They used it to help break Sidon's control over the cores and separate her from a few of them. So, like, Arahato is a functional mech. And that was always kind of the intention. So, what I perceive this to be, especially given how early it was made, was like, this is early concepts of Kiana's eventual, like, loss of control, becoming the Herrscher of the Void. This was, how they were going to do that in part of their early plans. But then as the game progressed, they clearly moved away from that, which means that this animation is now no longer canon. Because I mean, if you go back and look through the older manga stuff, especially, Night Moonbeam is so important in the older manga stuff. Like, so much of it shows up, and it's kind of interesting that was what they were planning to do. Because also remember that like when this game came out, Night Moonbeam was Kiana's like limited S rank. Like that was the unique one for her. So they were kind of doing like a big promotional punch for that as well. Reading this point to read it all physical. Yeah, you should. I just pre-ordered the second volume of it because that's coming out here pretty soon. But yeah, the Second Eruption manga is fucking fantastic. You should all read it. It's good and great, and I'm absolutely here for it. But yeah, Arahato is functional. It is a real thing, and it looks a lot cooler than Wotan because Wotan's kind of dumb looking. I like this thing. I wish we'd get an actual proper one. But yeah, while Reburn is definitely like at this point more of like an interesting concept. I think it's more of like a proof of concept trailer than anything. I like the idea of like retconning it to be like maybe a dream Kiana had, because like Kiana, like She's Siegfried's daughter. There's no way she doesn't know about Arahato, right? Like, Siegfried's a huge fan of it. There's no way she doesn't know about it. So converting this from a concept trailer into like a dream that she has during like the Arc City arc, or just while she's on the run, is kind of interesting. But I mean, ultimately, that's not what this was made for. This was way too early for that. This was clearly like what the Arc City stuff was going to be, and then they've just moved away from that sense. I don't know if Guns Girl Z ever actually used Arahato in this way. I would have to play it to find out, but I would like to find out if they ever did. If there was something like this in Guns Girl Z's like early story. It's hard to say though. But this like exact thing of like Kiana activating that moonbeam and then like almost losing control of herself. I mean, this happens in the manga. Like almost verbatim. Not her fighting this. Like Fuqua has to knock her ass out. But like this almost happens exactly in the manga, so. Darcy fits perfectly the being delusion. I mean, it could be. Again, I like that being like a retcon for it. That's fine. I'm also wondering, like, I know that you can pilot Arahato, but like, do they like actually exist in the head of it? Is that where the pilot seat is for Arahato? I don't know. I do wonder about that. What are the particles here when she destroys this? It's just like random shapes. Okay, I was curious what that looked like. Yeah, the Reburn thing is very interesting. We also get like the there was Reburn 2 when they did like the actual updated patch. But I don't remember when that was. Let me go check my. I have a Google Doc. Whoa. What was that? That's like a sub or a follow? Hello, thank you. I'll forget what those sound effects actually are for. And I set them. You'd think I would remember. Okay, Google Drive. Let's go over here to this one. When was the Reburn patch? Okay, let's see. That's the Elf patch, which we already did. The Rose and Lilia patch. Ninja Sakura Wrestlers did. Okay, we're getting pretty close. So we're going to go through 3.5 to 3.7 today. Did I ever write that down, or did I just write who the characters were? I don't think I wrote it down. That's very funny. The new understanding of Reburns is perfectly well with the Lucent. I mean, yeah, it could be interesting. It'd be like if they were to ever address that, which they won't, but if they were ever to, I would like them to like talk about like, yeah, like this was like just like a good dream she had or something. That's a very fun way to like go back and look at that. But all the Reburn trailers, especially nowadays, like there's more than one, because there was the one they released before Star Rail came out. Reburn trailers are almost always like the concept trailers. So it's just them like playing around with some ideas that may or may not actually show up in the game itself, just to kind of give you a vibe. I feel like it's like part of a pitch meeting almost. When the fuck was the Reburn event? When the hell was that? Because that's when they redid all the old levels. I don't remember when that was. Surely it wasn't all the way to like past the Genshin collab. Was it after that? It was not. Like, okay, I'm scrolling up now. It's like to the Alicia trailer and stuff, and I'm like, I know that Reburn event was like earlier than that. I know it was earlier than that shit. It was before. It had to have been before Senti and the Ava crossover too. When was this? There's the Dudendal animation, cooking with Valkyries. Let's see. Herrscher of Thunder stuff, which, yeah, whatever. When the fuck was this patch? Because it was a big deal. Like, this was a really important thing that happened. And I don't remember when that was. I wonder if that was 3.7, because 3.7 doesn't, like, I was checking it, 3.7 doesn't have a whole lot of, like, anything going on in it other than, like, Fuqua was added. I'm wondering if, like, that was the Reburn patch. It might have been. Roots for, like, a temperature to see how the players feel about the idea. Yeah. I played the game since recently here in Chip 20, and now also did all of Part 2. Very fun. We're not on my account. We're on my mod's account, so we can replay some of the story stuff. More so because when we get to... You said you're on 29, so you just did all of this stuff, right? So all of, like, this towards the end of the game, they like do open world areas, so you can't really replay them once you finish them. So my account, I can't do any of this shit again. So we started using my mod's account to, like, replay some of this stuff because it's been a really long time since I've played it personally, because I played it when they came out. And, yeah. It's fun to revisit these things, especially with the information that I have now. And with that information, I will forewarn you that, like, because I have played Impact 3rd basically from launch to now, there will be discussion of, like, some spoilery things. So, just as, like, a heads up, we will discuss these things as they become relevant. We may not discuss too much of it, but we will discuss some of it. Though I will say, I need to take a quick break. I know we just started, like, 20 minutes ago, but I drank a shit ton of tea before we started, and I had to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Okay, we're good. Ready to start. So, last time what did we do? We rescued Seele from the Sea of Quanta, which was great. I liked that animation quite a bit. We saw Kiana having the absolute worst fucking time of her life. And now we get to see more of Kiana's lowest points. Which, God, I love this stuff. I wish I had unlocked Void Drifter on Insane's account because, man, she's so much fun. But I think they'll gift it to me, right? Like, I guess like a trial character, so. Some, you mean a lot of spoiler talk? I mean, sure, Crail, I guess. Oh, wait, I didn't click the first one, sorry. Alright, well, let's get started because I'm very excited about this. Location, unknown. The Gray Serpent walked down the dark corridor with great confidence. He did not light his way nor make use of a map. The right directions would appear in his mind at every intersection, as though he had been here many times. Yet, this was the Gray Serpent's first visit to this abandoned shelter. This place is holy. It was the place where the Sire returned to the living earth. But then he was sealed in another dimension. The serpents grew silent, and the holy site became a lost secret. The day finally arrived. His sire called to him and asked him to fulfill his duty. He stopped at the end of the path. A massive metal door barred his way. He waited for a while. A verbal command appeared like a flash of inspiration. He read it out loud. Be reborn in destruction. The massive doors creaked open, overcoming dust and rust that had accumulated for centuries. There was a hall and a throne. The man seated on it was in the midst of silent contemplation. God, Kevin's theme is so good. I really do like Kevin's theme. Centuries had passed. Powers rose and fell as battles raged across the planet. The past was gone before anyone noticed. The Gray Serpent had met the man before. He had not changed in the slightest, nor had his will. He transcended time, space, and the karmic cycle. He was the only hope against the ageless force of destruction. Kevin and Aura Farmer Kaslana, yeah. The man stirred from his thoughts and looked upon his disciple. The Gray Serpent trembled at the sight of his eyes. Those eyes witnessed both countless miracles and the pain of total annihilation. Every memory was condensed and forged by a superhuman will into 2 orbs of cold, unfeeling ice. Forgive your servant for failing to welcome your return in person. How goes the project? We are making progress. This world now has everything we need to activate it. God, I like World Serpent's, or like Grey Serpent's voice. It's so weird and good. The herrscher of reason may delay you, but he cannot stop the progress of history. I think you just realized. Oh, what did you realize? Jackal's research is nearly done. She only needs a final verification. Let it begin. Yes, sire. I have also recovered something, now offered as a gift to celebrate your return. A weapon of such powers should only be wielded by he who leads humanity to its triumphant future. Look at how battered that weapon looks too. The Grey Serpent presented the great sword with both hands. Hold on. I just realized something too. Hold on, I gotta find it. Fucking, I know what this is. Hold on a fucking... Where's the... Google, let me click on the fucking picture, please. I need it. I need to be opened up, please. Open image in new tab. This seems it's fucking this. It's fucking this. This is just Grey Serpent giving Kevin his sword back. Why is it just this? Would you be able to technically classify Kevin and Freya as isekai protagonists? I mean, isn't the prerequisite for isekai that you have to be dead? In which case, no. They just like persisted. I mean, you could maybe think of Kevin as kind of like, I guess like maybe the easiest comparison to like into like fantasy genre stuff at all would be that he would be kind of like the ageless demon king, in a sense. It doesn't mean dead. It means we sent to a different world or in some shape or form. I mean, I get that, but like, doesn't the genre mostly require you to be dead? And like, while the world is like different, it's not different in the sense of like a dimensional different. It's just like their era died and then Earth continued anyway. So it's like they're still on Earth. It's just, you know, that's like saying in like Zenless, like Remiel being like time displaced for 100 years mean that she's isekai'd into the present. It's like, I don't know. Like you could maybe make a case like any time travel story ever we classify as isekai under those rules, in which case that seems weird to me. That feels not right. Dead is not a prerequisite, it's just a common tool used. I mean, yeah, I get that, but like, I feel like that's stretching the bounds of what that actually is to some extent. Like that feels off to me. I can't exactly place why though. The all-consuming flame no longer graced the dull blade, but its familiar shape kindled past memories. He once held this blade to purge the monsters that plagued humanity. He then faced God herself. We finally meet again, old friend. His hands closed around the hilt and gripped it as he once did. He gazed at the blunt, heavy sword as he had always done before battles, and he had fought thousands of them. The Solium weapon vibrated and stirred to life. It responded to his warrior spirit and began to change. It was more than a weapon. In fact, it felt like a living thing that harbors a soul. Strictly speaking, it kind of is. If you want to classify herrscher cores as like a living thing that harbors a soul, you could technically classify it as that. In a sense. Also, what's like super sad about this too is like this great sword was forged for the herrscher of fire, which was the previous era Himeko. So like he wields a sword made from the core of his like dead friend that he had to kill personally. Like, how fucked is that? Upon reuniting with its wielder, the core of the mighty sword erupted to life. The weapon's spirit reignited in fire. Witnesses from ancient times mythologized it. The sword that guards Eden and the fire that destroyed Sodom. Centuries passed. The myth became real. We shall fight together again, like we used to. Also, this is the tangent, but I would like to draw attention to this anyway. We're already on, like, tangent territory. A few years back, I made, like, my Alicia lore prediction video about the 13th Herrscher. And in that, we discussed how Kevin is often the inspiration for a lot of mythical stories like King Arthur. The manga makes this, like, pretty clear that they have that reference a lot. And especially here, where we're seeing Kevin introduced in this way, you hear how World Serpent refers to him in a sort of, like, almost religious reverence. I mentioned this because, like, Sue is, like, the inspiration for, like, the Lady in the Water myth and stuff like that. And I remember that there was, like, a comment where they were like, that's not true. Jack doesn't know what you're talking about. I'm like, no, like, I do think this was true, that Kevin did influence a lot of these stories, and myth and reality got kind of blended together, as oft happens in history, right? It was because King Arthur was a real person in the Honkai universe. Like, that was a real, actual person. And he, like, hopped to Avalon, which was a bubble universe or something, and was never seen again. But, like, Kevin's achievements, Kevin's legend persisted and influenced a great number of different myths, which is very interesting. And so here we're seeing it kind of talked about again, of like how Kevin was inspiration for like biblical stories, like the Garden of Eden's like angel with the sword of fire. Like, Kevin is influencing quite a lot in myth and legend, which is so interesting. It really kind of leans more into this idea of like he was sort of always there, which is kind of fun. It's like a 6 out of 10 on the Honkai Trauma Meter. I mean, yeah, a little bit. But, you know, if we wanted to compare Kevin to Finan, right? Finan's sword was just, like, a thing that he forged. Or, like, had somebody forged for him. And like, that's interesting in its own right and everything. But I do like this idea of, like, Kevin wields a sword that contains the core, the, like, almost literal heart of one of his closest compatriots that he had to personally assassinate when she became corrupted by the Honkai. And that's his, like, not just like his only weapon, it's his preferred weapon. It's the one thing he uses consistently. And I sort of like that because, like, Kevin's entire story is all about, like, his ties to that era, to his compatriots, to the sacrifices that they had to make on the off chance that the current era would maybe be able to, like, survive past Honkai. And you see this so much in the things that Kevin says and does, right? His whole humanity will defeat the Honkai is the promise he made at Sakura's grave when she died. It's the heart of Himeko in the sword that he wields. Like, everything that Kevin does is rooted in that, like, promise and sadness. That it makes it feel way more impactful to me than just like, yeah, he had a NPC forge him a sword. Finan made a sword based on his nemesis, which is himself. Having a sword he made based on his nemesis, which is himself. Yeah, it's like a time loop thing. But, like, I don't know, it's personal for Finan. Like, it's not that it isn't that, but I feel like it definitely hits a little different. Because all that is like, oh, the Flame River destroyed everything. I hate the Flame River, but then Flame River is himself. And it's okay, then, like, why did the original Flame River have that sword then, right? Like, why do this? Whereas here, it's like, Kevin stands as, like, the last soldier of the previous era. And everything he does is, like, in memory of them. And I don't really feel like Finan necessarily does that. I mean, he does in some ways, but I don't know. I feel like it hits different. I have my preferences. I'm allowed to have that. First, there's a lot of really messy writing. I would agree. We've talked about that many a time. His decree resonated in the hall, a silent thunder that reverberated in the heart of the faithful. It signaled the coming of the great storm. Fucking aura farming Kevin, as always. We love him. He's such a cool villain. Or antagonist. I don't know if villain's the right word for Kevin, but, like, he's such a cool antagonist. Let's go, Void Drifter! Outskirts of Arc City, late night. 4 months passed since the Great Honkai eruption. More and more people sought refuge in cities against the hordes of pale beasts and zombies. But the disaster showed no signs of subsiding. The Ark City mech patrols faced another difficult night. Did they just hint that Kevin's arrival heralds the Great fucking Flood? Okay, buddy. I mean, the Great Storm, whatever they want to call it. He's like the... whatever biblical thing you would like to use for Kevin an analog. I'm sure any of it would work. Take your pick. There's plenty. Damn it. They're just like roaches. There are just way too many of them. We're getting more and more beast incursions. A citywide martial law has been declared. All our mechs have been deployed to perimeter defense missions. Massive Honkai energy spike detected. Alright, boys and girls. Brace yourself for the next wave of roaches. The beasts swarmed the mech formation before the commander could finish speaking. Damn it, they just keep coming. Can't hold them back anymore. It's only a matter of time before they overrun us. Hold the line! There we go. Who's there? It's Kiana. A cry for help is coming from the broken mecha. Oh, that's one thing too? What thing? You know, fuck it. We're using this. Right, regulate your breath. Hi, Fuqua. And fight how I've taught you. Behind you? It's in front of me, Fuqua. Alright, Lugal, I'm gonna need you to fucking stop. Okay, you're getting on my fucking nerves. God, they do a lot of damage. Bam, bam, bam. Got him. Okay, hold on, pause, just read it. Wish Impact 3rd did have more accounts taken from the view of regular people or even low-level average Valkyries to see what all the bullshit was like for average people. You do, like, occasionally get snippets of that. We're not going to get to it anytime soon, but when we get to a Post-Honkai Odyssey 2, there is a great deal of, like, lore you get for the people of St. Fountain after the Great Eruption. And you kind of get into a sense of, like, what people of St. Fountain were thinking about Honkai, how they're handling all the disasters. Like, you get a good idea of, like, how normal people were sort of responding to the descent of the herrscher finality and stuff, which is very interesting. I don't know that they do that very often, and yeah, it would be kind of nice. But then again, if you consider this, like, when they do, like, Anna Shariak's story, part of, like, when they talk about Owl was, like, that Anna was, you know, like a low-level Immortal Blade, and Owl was, like, just a normal-ass person who, like, watched his sister die. Like, or, you know, he doesn't, I guess he didn't know his sister. Does he know his sister? Whatever. Like, Owl's entire story is about, like, being, like, a normal person during one of those disasters. So, like, it isn't that they don't talk about it, they just don't talk about it enough. Did you see it? That little girl. She took down a Honkai beast in less than 30 seconds. Is she a monster? No, a superhuman. Like those you can only see in the manga. She's a Valkyrie, dingus. You guys ever seen Valkyries before? Bam. Damn, I was gonna smack him with the lance. All clear. We must leave now. We can't have too many witnesses knowing you're here. Alright, alright. The battle ended before the surviving mechs could acquire clear visuals of her face. They could only recall a moonlit shadow. No one knew when she left. But two individuals observed everything from the cover of darkness. Gray's intel tells me that she actually stayed in Arc City. Hi, Jackal! Oh, I love Jackal. Valkyrie? I don't know what that is, but they're fucking hot. Jackal's great. I can't wait for us to talk more about her. Wait, they gave Raven a fucking voice modulator? Why did they do that for her? Also, they bit crushed the fuck out of them. K423 would frequent the sites of Honkai Beast incursions. I fear she might interfere with our experiment. Raven, what are you doing? A pest. We have no time for her. Our sire has returned from the Sea of Quanta and gave orders to begin. Also, another fun factoid for you. If you go read, like, the enemy logs, you'll get, like, little snippets of dialogue from the characters talking about stuff. What's so funny about Jackal specifically is, like, she's basically, like, a religious fanatic. And it's get to the point that even other people like Grey Serpent are like, just mute her ass. She's fucking annoying. Like, nobody else in World Serpent has the tolerance for, like, her stupid mystical, like, religious fanaticism bullshit. It's so great. I do kind of wish they had done more with her. I hope she shows up, like, later on. I would like to see Jackal come back again as, like, a minor antagonist or something. Oh yeah, back when Raven was a mysterious threatening assassin, not a funny goober auntie. Yeah. We love Raven, though. Raven's great. I cannot wait for us to get to the Elysian Realm stuff because there's so many great bits of dialogue from her. It's one of my favorite bits. Like, her and May talking is just, it's so funny. I love seeing those two interact. Focus on ending the Shixal raids. Their agents are in Shinzo. Do not let them get in our way. I have an idea. Since Shixal is interested in the whereabouts of K423, we can have their agents go after her instead. Good. And I have prepared a gift in case we're forced to fight them. They'll be pleasantly surprised. Oh. Jackal, what have you done? What shenaniganery have you finished? Meanwhile, at the floating islands, Shixal HQ. Oh, right, yeah, she still works for Otto. I like Rita's voice. Lord Otto, we have analyzed the intel retrieved from the Ningyo in Arc City. Let's let her talk. Though we lack crucial data for locating K423, the data revealed that she has stayed in that city. And the existence of such data meant that the World Serpent has been observing K423 as well. Remember, they bring up some bullshit broken tech they never mention again. Do they? I'm trying to remember what tech you're referring to. It's been so long since I've replayed this, I don't remember. Interesting. I wonder what this snake is up to. Rita, head back to Arc City. Track down and locate K423. But given the current situation, such a mission might alert them to our motives. Yeah, the emitter that just switches Aspect Valkyries off like a light. I'm trying to remember what that was. There's no need for such concerns. You'll be acting as an official inspector of our business friends. We have partnered with many major multinationals in different industrial sectors. One of them is Heliopolis Life Sciences. They offer free medical services to cities affected by the Honkai. It just turns their powers off. They shut Rita off. That's why May even works with her. I honestly don't even remember that at all. Full disclosure. God, Otto's voice is so good. He just sounds like a smarmy dick. For the past 5 months, we've been supplying them with Honkai vaccines via their Shinjo base in Arc City. In this mission, you'll be serving as my proxy and oversee a medical supply shipment to that place. Oh no! Hollow Proxy, Rita? Zenless collab win? Having access to Heliopolis medical records and channels will make your search easier. Understood. If only. Right? Of all the Hoyo games, Zenless and Impact 3rd collabing makes the most sense to me. Like, do that! That'd be great. I don't care about him collabing with Star Rail. Put him in Impact 3rd. En route to Arc City. Shixol shuttles EOS. Okay, several hours later. Approaching destination Arc City Shinjo. Autopilot deactivated. Initiating lander procedures. Hey! Susanna's friend! When is all the tier gonna be playable, damn it? Wait, do we get to... Hold on a second. Are we gonna see NPC Susanna? You know what I would do if I see Dudu and Sigrid interact? I want those two dinguses to interact. That'd be great. Judith Rita, reception from Heliopolis is hailing us. Tell the crew to stand by. I'll return once I complete the inspections. Roger. Oh, hi Raven! Welcome, Miss Roswise. I'm Kiara, a consultant based in the Shenzhou branch of Heliopolis, and definitely not an assassin. Don't worry about how ominous I look. Don't worry about that at all. It's fine. I'll be your official guide for the duration of your visit. God, Raven just trying to be so ominous. Please follow the guide robot to visit this place. Hey, I just noticed something. Look at the body of this thing. Am I tweaking, or is this like not the base body that they would eventually use for the Sky People in a Post-Honkai Odyssey? Is that not the same base body? I haven't looked at them in a while, like all the enemies up close, but like, it kind of looks like it, doesn't it? I mean, I guess like, hold on, let me check. A Post-Honkai Odyssey was like 4 patches out from this, right? So they must have been like playing with the concepts and bases for Post-Honkai Odyssey by this point in time anyway. So like, is this an old concept for one of them? Interesting. Huh. It's Monsoon from Metal Gear Solid Revenge. Revengeance. Yeah, that's fun. All right, let's talk to it. The scale of operation here is quite impressive. The handover is taking a while. Could you please show me around? Look up a picture of Monsoon. Okay. Wait a minute. Is this the guy who's like memes? It's the memes guy. Oh yeah, it is. It's the memes, Jack. You're right. It is that guy. I love his fucking bullshit like rant. Good. Hold on, I want to look at the Sky People enemies. Yeah, he kind of is. Like, take a look at this, right? Like, does this not look like a more refined version of this? Like, that's a more refined version of this, of the, like, basic Sky People designs. It totally is. What patch is this? Should be in the title. We're on that very first one. We're in 3.5, I think. Yeah, I think we're in 3.5. Because, yeah, 3.6 is when they added Sakura. And then 3.7 was Fuhua. And then I think 3.8 was a Post-Honkai Part 1. Let me check that. Yeah, 3.8 was a Post-Honkai Part 1. So, we're a handful of patches away from that. Not very far away from it. So they almost certainly were like playing with some of the basics of that already. I'm going to choose to believe that that's what that is. That's so interesting. Sure. Please follow me. After the second eruption ended, Heliopolis has been offering free medical aid to people affected in the Honkai eruption all over the world. In order to be able to transport drugs in time, Heliopolis decided to build biomedical parks in major cities for pharmaceutical manufacturing. Though this park is located in the outskirts of Arc City, it's still much more convenient than shipping drugs from outside this land. They didn't want to put Raven's bottle in here. Feel free to walk around at will in here. Okay, so it feels like they're talking about like when Kiana like activated her own Honkai eruption, but like if this is true that Heliopolis was formed after the actual second eruption, it's been around for like almost 20 years by this point, which is very interesting. The buildings here remind me of ancient Egypt. Just a preference of our boss. Oh yeah, because Jackal she's Egyptian, but she like just isn't drenched herself in all like the Egyptian motifs just because. Why did she do that? So this released in 2019, Revengeance is 2013, so there's a non-0% chance those guys were influenced by Monsoon. I mean, this is possible. The pyramid over there is... It's the administration tower. Very stylish. I mean, given Hoyo's, like, you know, overall desire to be fucking nerds about shit, it also would not be surprising that they would have done that. Drugs manufactured here are shipped not only to Arc City, but also to other areas in Shinjo. It is really a great cause that Heliopolis is contributing to. We couldn't have done this without Schicksal's help. You provided all the raw materials for us and made everything possible. You know, I do find it so interesting. I think we've covered everything about the handover, did we? Let's get down to business. Okay. The purpose of this visit is to secure support from Heliopolis. So, what I find so interesting about this is while they were still trying to play World Serpent kind of like the Illuminati in a sense. If you read the manga especially, they have it where like basically World Serpent through Jackal and Grey Serpent have been manipulating events in history, bits and pieces over time. They're very much like the Illuminati. And I find it so interesting that here they're still leaning into that quite a bit with like Raven and Heliopolis being a sort of like semi-minor pharmaceutical company assisting with Honkai eruptions. And Raven's playing the like, you know, showman around the area while still being an elite assassin for World Serpent. Well, what I think would be a very interesting thing that they could have done here is like lean even more into that and have Raven have like a businesswoman suit or something to like really look the part, because right now she looks like a fucking assassin, right? But imagine if like they had leaned even more into like anyone that you meet could potentially be a World Serpent agent and you would never know. That's such a cool concept of like never being able to trust anyone other than like your own squad, and then having like Raven and then form a partnership here only to reveal later on like, oh yeah, she's Raven, the actual assassin. Like that's such a cool thing. I don't think they were ever really going to go hard into that, but that's a neat concept nonetheless that I kind of wish they had done more of. Given your ties with the city's public health system, may I access Honkai-related health records in the past 5 months? Grant you access to private medical information. That's a HIPAA violation! I'm afraid this will only benefit Arc City. We know this place is under martial law due to Honkai beast attacks. Rita, you're asking them to commit a HIPAA violation. You can't do that. Sometimes we need to circumvent a few rules to better protect the people. Bruh. Rita casually suggesting to break the law. Prevention is the best cure. Finding the root causes of these events will protect the people and save lives. If Rita's like the front man for a lot of like Shixel operations, why is Shixel trusted by anybody at all? This is so sketchy. I see. I will acquire the data you've requested. But try to be careful, Miss Rosswise. This city is not as safe as it once was. Thank you. I will keep your advice in mind. Speaking of protection, many claim that a lone ranger saved them from the attacks. One of yours, perhaps? God, Raven's voice is so good. A lone ranger? No one saw her face. No one saw how she arrived or how she left. Perhaps she's just an urban legend. People would rather fantasize about superheroes instead of trying to save themselves. Indeed, but I'm willing to believe in this hero. I want to believe she exists. Rita said and smiled with great sincerity. Alright, on we go. The plot thickens. Bridge. Shixel Shuttle EOS a few hours later. Man, when are they ever gonna give us Ulvatir as a proper character? She's like Sasano's best friend, damn it. Other than Sushong, who's like her wife, but that's beside the point. Adjutant, I've gone through the data the Heliopolis gave us. Ulvatir, Echelon 3, am I right? Yes, I'm Squad Technician Ulvatir. They say you knew every Valkyrie by name, and I just found out that it's true. A fangirl just like Sasana, huh? They also told me it's a great privilege to fight along your side. That was a really worded sentence. But you're often on solo missions. You can't believe how many of us have wanted to be in the same mission with you. You flatter me. Enough with the hierarchies. Please just call me Rita. Oh, yes, Miss Rita. Oh, no, it's not right. Captain Dudendal would be really cross if she heard me say that. Would Dudendal be upset? I feel like Dudendal wouldn't care. Like, she's not that strict of a captain, right? Like, I get she's like the captain of the Immortal Blades, but like, surely she doesn't care that much. Miss Dudendal, she's a little dumb. Will she? I shall deliver your generous compliments to our captain. Also, notice this for a second. When we were looking at Raven before, it said code Raven at the bottom, but with Ulvatir it says code Tool. That's so fucking rude. Why is she a tool? That's so not nice to her. Fucking rude as hell. No, please, that will be necessary. Let's focus on work. Rita taking any opportunity to talk to her wife. Exactly. So, Heliopolis sent us Honkai-related medical records for the past 5 months. We have over 4,000 individual files categorized into 35 Honkai incidents. 35? How appalling. Anything about K423? An entry from 2 months ago. Multiple beasts at an overpass south of the city. A victim claimed to have witnessed a girl fighting the beasts, but was later diagnosed with post-traumatic stress. I mean, that doesn't make you hallucinate necessarily. I mean, it can, but not always. I don't think it was PTSD. The victim probably saw her. Well done, Alvatir. Thank you, Adjutant Rita. Everyone flatters me called me the best tool of Echelon 3. That's not a flattering thing, Alvatir. Girl, have some self-respect. Damn. Oh dear, best tool. That isn't very nice. Anything else? See, even Rita's like, that's not nice. Even Rita knows this shit's not okay. No. I mapped descriptions of K423 to the records, but got nothing. She probably never went to the hospital. I mean, why would she? Kiana has a reason to go there. No medical records, no shopping records. Even citywide surveillance records gave nothing. Is she a ninja? I like this idea that Kiana's taking on a sort of like mythical vibe because of how good she's getting at like fighting off things. But when you consider, and this is somewhat of like a sad thing, like Kiana's history, right? She was on the run with Siegfried for a long time, fighting Honkai stuff on her own or with Siegfried. So in many ways, this has to be really familiar for her. Of like going back to that really sad, lonely time of just her and Siegfried. Before he disappeared. I mean, it was sad in some ways and also not others. She has some fond memories of that, which we'll get to eventually. One day. But like, I don't know. I feel like Kiana probably has extremely mixed feelings about all of this. She can avoid the cameras and hide amongst the people. But if she stayed in the city, someone should have seen her and may have even taken a picture. The clues you found prove this much. But finding such data from every site and page on the web will take months. Yeah, it definitely would be an arduous task. Alvatir, heard about the underground intel market that monitors every single data stream in the web. Go to the black market, Alvatir, it's fine. I'm sure you'll be perfectly okay. I'll check that market if I'm the one looking for clues. Look at me play the worst Rita. This should be Gray Serpent's territory. These offensive mechas still work. This place needs a thorough cleanup. I hope it won't be a mess this time. They really gonna make me play the worst Rita. Alright, who's next? Who do I have to obliterate? Oh no, I'm clipping through the floor. That seems like a problem. It's fine, don't worry about it. Alright, stupid mech. Alright, you are gonna need to go away. Okay. I was not expecting it to actually be able to kill her. No, I'm not doing 30 crystals of this account for that. We're not doing that. We'll just redo it. It's fine. I can skip dialogue and go back. It's okay. Skip. Mildly annoying that the trial getters are this week, but it's fine. I mean, so used to like tanking through everything, I kind of forgot that I have to actually like play properly. Alright, get that thing. Alright, come on. In the beginning, you paid 30 to continue a mission when you got KO'd as mate. Yeah. Look, some of them I wanted to do, some of them I didn't, okay? I'm not doing it right now. I kept to save his crystals for new Valkyries right now. That being said, I can't level shit on his account right now. I'll show that problem later. Basically, he has no money and no mats. It's a problem. Why was I taking so much damage before? Why did she take so much damage before? Save for your baby girl's new gloves? Oh yeah. She does get new stuff, which is very exciting. The room was empty. Machines hummed in the background. The place handles bids from across the world for knowledge, the cheapest yet most valuable commodity. The Grey Serpent was dead, but his business remained very much alive. Rita thought about the man whom she had killed. Something did not add up. She became unsure if she had truly killed that man. Rita shook her head and plunged into Ningyo's portable data storage. Access granted. Ningyo index module detected. Where should I begin? There were witnesses of a girl who fought the Honkai beasts. Rita also remembered the Lone Ranger that Kiara mentioned. She realized what she should be looking for. She entered the search criteria. The system returned the search results almost immediately. The map displayed the coordinates of every Honkai attack that took place in Arc City during the past few months. Rumors, photos, and videos posted on various websites were quickly displayed on screen. While scanning the wealth of info that she acquired, a familiar figure caught Rita's attention. There you are, K423. In your headcanon, Fuqua's gauntlets need a lot more maintenance for wear and tear, not from hitting things, but from the fists inside them. You know what? I could see it. Alvatir, did you mention that a large number of Honkai Beasts attacks occurred in Arc City during the last 2 months? Yes. 35 cases in 2 months, mostly at the city's outskirts. They declared martial law as a response. It seemed that something within the city was drawing the beasts to it. Keep an eye on the Arc emergency system and deploy the Immortal Blades to the site of the next Honkai attack. Eh? What about K423? Are we giving up on her? My intel tells me that she frequents the sites of the attacks. Some witnesses even took pictures of her. That's genius! Getting to the next beast attack will give us a chance of catching K423. I guess we can just sit back and wait patiently for the next outbreak. I guess so. Indeed. And it won't be long before the next attack takes place in this city. You're mad at a question that you keep wanting to ask but keep forgetting. Oh? What say you? Alright, there we go. We did our thing properly this time. Oh, we're getting her S-rank form. 2 days later. Deputy, we've intercepted the alarm signal sent by the Arc patrols. There are Honkai beasts detected in D2322 in Arc North. Assemble the squad to the target location. Alright, hello. I'm gonna do the ult here. Alert, all units, hide yourselves as soon as possible once you enter the target location. Oh, I killed everything. Bear in mind that you can only kill the Honkai beasts in the way. The zombies, they're entering a state of frenzy. I can see glowing red patterns on them. Wait, those markings appear to be stigmata. Stigmata? We'll figure that out later. Get into position. Roger, I might have made a mistake. They were just who is always referred to in history and the lore as a sword weapons master who teaches how to imbue weapons with Honkai energy, yet she was never actually using weapons. I mean, I think they did. Let me think about this for a minute. So, if I'm remembering correctly, in the previous era stuff, Fuqua and her dad ran like a dojo in Sapphire, or not in Sapphire, like in Shenzhou somewhere, right? And then Fuqua goes to school in Sapphire and becomes friends with previous era Carol before Carol is killed by a zombie, it's not just zombies, it's like the descent of the Herrscher of Thunder of that era that kills all Carol and a bunch of other people in Sapphire completely. And that's when Fuqua joins Moth as a soldier. I'm pretty sure that, like, she was one of the wielders of the 10th Divine Key, the Shunyuan sword that we know it now. I'm pretty sure she did wield it, because I know that Kalpus did as well, because a few people wielded those, because there's like 10,000 of them or something. There's a bunch of them. I think she did use that. I'm pretty sure that she did wield Water's Edge at some point in time, but I don't know how much they've actually like depicted this in game for us, because she's a martial artist first and foremost. So I think it's been mentioned, but as far as like actually seeing what she did, I wonder. Now I want to check something, because there is an instance I think would be kind of fun to go look at, even though it's maybe not fully canon anymore. Let's go into the manga stuff on the official website. I wanted to check one very specific thing. All right, going into the manga. I guess there's two things we can check. We can check this thing, and we can check this thing. So, if I'm correct... Oh, wait, no, that's not the right one. We need to go look into this manga instead. Wings of Origin. Also, in case you've not seen it, here's Fuqua art for you, Grail. There you go. Just some art you may or may not have actually seen, because it's manga stuff. Let's put that over here then. I'm gonna go through this one real quick, because it talks about her, her becoming an actual, like, mantis. My baby! Yeah, she's good. Alright, let's see. Here's her... okay. I don't know what she's holding here. Yeah, they do show it. Okay, here you go. So here's was it the Swara project or whatever? So that's the 10th Divine Key, and she actually has it, as does everyone else in this project. And then they all get fucking annihilated, and it's just her left. It's like you don't actually get to see her wielding much of it at all, because this is when she activates as its own thing. But you do get to see it, like she does wield it. It is there. And then she thinks about Himeko's death, which is its own thing. And then, oh yeah, that's where her gauntlets came from. I forgot. Her gauntlets were originally the Shunyuan sword, and they morphed. I forgot that's what that did. Look, it's her Garuda form when she still had like wings like Benares does. But it's not quite that anymore. Can you imagine they gave Fuqua like Benares wings? Like this was retconned out of existence. that look anyway was retconned. So yeah, they do show it there. The other one I was gonna check was the Moon Shadow, which was the thing we referenced before, where Kiana awakens partially with Siden's personality, and Fuqua has to stop her. But I think a lot of this was done as like a martial arts thing. Let's see. Does Fuqua do anything here at all? Activate. She's our magical girl transformation. Fighting Kiana. Yeah, she goes right into punching almost immediately. They knew who would be overpowered if they put a sword in her hands. So they keep her at bay, making her only use her fists. I mean, say what you will about it, but like if you look at like this, for example, I know you're gonna hate this battlesuit transformation, but Kiana being overtaken partially by Sidon in the Night Moonbeam armor, and then Fuqua activating her actual Valkyrie stuff, going through like a full-on Sailor Moon transformation here. Which, you know, love or hate this outfit is its own thing, but I mean, this is pretty fucking sick. Like, this looks cool as shit. I'll never heard her, like, beat the fuck out of Kiana here. Like, one punch and knocking her ass out, like, immediately. So, I don't think range is the problem with her power. I think she's got it under control. Let's see. Does the Springfest manga talk about it a bit? Oh yeah, also, there's this. Things we're coming up on this patch pretty soon anyway too. This is the sad one. Where Nua and Fushi are already dead, and they have Book of Fushi whose batteries are dying, and she's trying to get Fuqua to connect with people. Let's see, does she actually use any weapons here at all? No, it's just her talking with Fushi. And then go back to their temple. Okay. Why would you do this to me? Oh yeah, here's more sadness for you, Krail. We got baby girl talking with her friends. And then they're dead. All the sadness here. Only Bird needs a hug. She does. Also, I love this outfit. She looks so handsome in this. Look at how good she looks in that. Burb is so good. Yeah, I don't think she does any combat in this, really. I don't remember there being anything in this. Other than her just like keeping Book of Fushi with her, and then Book of Fushi like powers down at the end of this. Because she can't have a friend at all. Fuqua's not allowed to have friends. She's allowed to suffer. Oh look, it's the people they never talk about much. And then she dies. Until later. Until the story brings her back. But, you know, she's dead for now. Sad. But yeah, to answer your question, kinda. They kinda let Fuqua use the sword. See, the Blade of the Empyrean. Did they ever talk about that in this? Oh, this is an emotion for the Corrupted manga. Okay, do they showcase that in here at all? I haven't read this in a while, actually. Yeah, there's the guy who's like a pseudo-herrscher that Fuqua has to murder immediately. Let's see. Him activating his stupid-ass powers. And then... Oh, this is one of the hardest fucking lines in it. I remember this. If this is what I think it is. Oh yeah, okay, so let me provide some context for this. There's this Sephiroth looking motherfucker. Alright, that's this guy. He like is wielding Honkai, and he's like, Fuqua's like, is he gonna be the new Herrscher of Fire or whatever? And then she has her disciple beat the fuck out of him. And so he said, I'm just gonna read it. He says, "You've won and taught me an important lesson. I'm ashamed to have called myself the second best. This defeat is a warning from the gods." And then Fuka's response is, "You're wrong. You're not a herrscher. You're not God's prophet. The Honkai eruption of this era has not taken place. When compared to her flames, your eldritch and holy fires are but drizzles beating weakly against the key of my sea. Our code is simple. No mercy for the corrupted." And then she kills him. Dude, that's like the hardest fucking line. It's so good. Like, damn. Girl gets the coolest fucking lines. She's the fucking best. We love Fuqua. Let's see. She does not wield a sword in this either. Yeah. She can have no mercy on me. Yeah, I'm going through it. There's not like too often we see Fuqua enter combat. I think the second Eruption manga might, but that one's really long and I don't want to have to like click through it right now. I'll reread it later. When the new volume gets delivered to me, like, I don't know, in a few weeks or so, I'm probably going to reread it myself. And we can talk more in depth about it later. Anyways, we have plot to continue. Roger, I might have made a mistake. K423 spotted. All units prepare to engage. Fuck, we already failed the story because we were yapping for too long. Hold on. We were yapping for too long. I gotta restart it. Hold on. The game does not like me yapping. It's fine. Alright. I can kill these things off again. Well, you know this is gonna happen continually, right? Like this is not gonna stop happening. This isn't gonna stop happening because I like to yap. It's why we're here. Okay, there we go. Now we're mostly caught up. Alright, skip. Alright, here we go. We're caught up now. Meanwhile, Rita's target seemed to remain completely unaware of her situation. Yes! Let me use the Void Drifter. It's so good. Oh, hello. The girl dashed amongst the beasts and zombies with her pistols ablaze. She landed after unleashing her final shots. Her hair was as pale as moonlight and contrasted against the defeated carcasses strewn across the battlefield. She turned around and waited for a while before she decided to end the silence. Look, you can stop hiding already. I know where you are. Dude, look at how good this outfit is, dude. This fit is fire. I love it so much. A pleasure to meet you again, Miss Kaslana. Perhaps I should address you as the Herrscher of the Void. Definitely one of her best outfits. It really is. It's such a fucking good outfit. I might do fan art of it again. I meant to draw fan art of it like ages ago and never got around to it. Rita Rostwise. I remember you. The HQ auditor who oversaw the St. Freya Valkyrie exam several months ago. I'm deeply honored. I didn't expect you to remember me. You must have had a hard time drifting on the streets. The Overseer cordially invites you back to HQ. Rita, you know she's not going to say yes to that. I'm not going with you. You're unstable, and you're attracting Honkai beast attacks upon this innocent city. Only Shiksal can help you. We will treat you, and make sure that you no longer hurt anyone else. I'll show you Herrscher the Void, Kiana. Kiana will be fine, thanks. Yeah, she's definitely not having it. I don't want to repeat myself. What a stubborn little girl. Alright, time to beat up the Immortal Blades! Let's go! This is Null's prize squad. Y'all ain't shit. Let's swap over to this Kiana. Also, I will say, taking like the Void Lance and using it to beat the shit out of people like a bludgeon is fucking hilarious, and I'm glad they did that. Azer mechs initiate the siege. Oh, you think these mechs are gonna stop Kiana? Nah, bruh. Ah, come on, Rita, fucking fight me. I'll beat your ass with White Comet. Alright, come on, Rita. Alright, get out of here. Stop blocking my attacks, Rita! You get on my nerves. Fine, I'll swap to the other Kiana. I forgot that every time she does health, she fucking regenerates it. Alright. There, God. Void Hammer. Don't you mean Void let bonk? Yeah, exactly. Pistols roared while the scythe sang through the air, as though the stars fought the crescent moon. Yet the titanic battle ended in the blink of an eye. The fighters regained their footing and turned to face each other once more. I have a question for you, Rita. What do you think is more important? Catching me or saving this city from disaster? Catching you will save this city from disaster, dear. Let's go. Capturing me won't be easy now. Believe what you will, but I'm not the reason behind the Honkai Beast attacks. Take this and find out what Heliopolis is up to for yourself. And I'm not leaving this. Stopping the disaster means more to me than making out alive. I know you've no reason to trust me, but the choice is yours anyway. Dude, Kiana's like, she got so much cooler. Like, trauma made her cool. Like, I know she's like sad and traumatized, but like, trauma made her cool, dude. We haven't even seen like how badass Kiana gets during this chapter too. Like I don't know, dude. It's good shit. Bridge. Schicksal Shuttle EOS. Rita suddenly perused the evidence that Kiana presented her. An injector. Standard Schicksal design. A data card engraved with the Heliopolis logo. Most likely a pass for opening security doors. Kiana's words left her confused. The confusion slowly grew into a compelling need for answers. Mr. Oswise, I've traced the injector serial number. It came from the batch of vaccines we supplied to Heliopolis. But the contents and active agents have been replaced. No, it has been changed. Slaps Kiana hood. This bad baby can fit so much trauma in it. Yeah. So much trauma. Our vaccine agent was modified into an activator for significantly boosting Honkai resistance. But I'm not seeing any negative pharmacological effects on the human body. What is Heliopolis trying to do? There's something I need to tell you, Mr. Elsewise. I want to talk about the zombies glowing patterns that I saw while in action today. I'm now very certain that they are stigmata. Stigmata? Are you sure, Alvitir? Your claims sound preposterous. I definitely saw it. People might call me careless, but I'm very certain of what I saw. The careless Alvitir and the klutzy Susanna, a match made in heaven, truly. If you were right, then this Arc City incident has turned out to be far more complicated than it appears. Fair. Stigma is a secret Schicksal tech used only by the Valkyries. If the zombies have them, it would mean two things. Someone has been turning Valkyries into zombies, or someone figured out how to implant stigmata on people. Rita thought about it for a while before giving a response. I don't think I can sleep tonight. I must investigate this and prove my hypothesis. What? Are you heading to Heliopolis facilities? Trespassing is a violation of our treaty with them. Don't worry about it. Circumventing a few rules is sometimes necessary to achieve our mission. Besides, K423 is now the least of our worries. That sentence could use a little bit of extra work. Alright. Excuse me. Alright, stupid fucking zombies, come here. Bonk. Oh, this is our boss. This is the boss enemy. God, I forgot how Rita controls. It's been so long since I've used her. Alright, come on, test subject. Alright, almost got it, come on. I may be stupid, but I'm not dumb. A little bit, yeah. Okay. Damn, they're gonna really slow me down like this? Annoying. Yep, excuse me. Meanwhile, in a distant place, the Schicksal Valkyries have come uninvited. They now suspect us. A pity. But I thought you always wanted to get rid of them. I would prefer avoiding a fight for as long as possible. Blackrock Shooter's emo cousins. That herrscher was supposed to distract Schicksal, who would help get rid of her. But things have changed. I see Raven lost her voice modulator. No matter. I have a backup plan for this. We'll give Rita some of the answers she wants. People tend to be vulnerable when distracted by a treasure hunt. I mean, I guess so. And try to use the gift I prepared. I hope to observe its efficacy in the field. These Schicksal Valkyries may withstand more pain than ordinary humans. Perhaps they scream differently. I desire to observe them up close. Try not to kill all of them and leave me with live specimen. Once I make a move, the test must start at once to get the data we need before Schicksal arrives in force. Relax. You'll have a new identity once this is over. Schicksal will never find you again. They took Raven's voice modulator away because she kept using it to call the kids to scare them into going to bed. That would be really funny if true. And the people of this city do not sympathize with the insignificant things. Focus instead on the whole humanity. Despite their great power, Shixal selfishly tells people lies that they're safe under Shixal protection. So long as Shixal stands, humanity will remain helpless sheep, cowering in their pens. But our sire has returned. He shall end Shixal tyranny, and we shall help the world evolve under his leadership. Girl, I think you're just making shit up at this point. Kevin doesn't give a fuck about Shixal. As long as they don't interfere with his plans, he doesn't give a fuck about them. That is the only world where you and those you wish to protect can survive. Enough words. Let it begin. Fucking why? You know, it's just so funny. Like, half of this religious bullshit that comes from World Serpent is all mostly Jackal's fault. It's very, very funny. Why are you like this, Jackal? You need to stop this shit. It's bad. Alright. Onwards we go. Under the cover of night, Rita suddenly arrives at the Heliopolis research facilities. The ID pass allowed her to bypass most security doors in this area. I'll look for their data servers first. Hopefully, they will give me a few answers. Keep the channel open, Mr. Elsewise. I'm the tool, and I'm always ready to help. Alvatir, you need a new nickname. Let's find out what Heliopolis is hiding. Alright, search the lab and acquire data. Well, this should be relatively easy. You're gonna make me kill it, aren't you? Fine, I'll go kill the damn thing. Alright! We can, like, execute them with, like, unique execution animations. I forgot they did this. This file details a medical aid project plan of Heliopolis. Heliopolis has been providing humanitarian aid to Honkai-stricken cities since the second eruption. After the third eruption, they expanded their efforts in the Far East and Shenzhou. And that was when they started building this industrial park. So, like a year or two? Free pharmaceuticals for Honkai-infected citizens. Free clinical treatment for cases suffering from severe infection. They're really doing all this for free. They must be super rich. Free things often cost more. Perhaps the price they desire is life itself. Yeah, that's a mild problem. Is there anything else back this direction? I can't remember. I'm gonna kill this thing. I can't remember if they had anything else like hidden around that you could like interact with but wasn't all that important. I think this is where it happens. I think I know what you're looking for. We'll get to that. I'm very excited about it. Alright, you need to go away. Alright, we can enter some of these other rooms, I think. Maybe. Access denied. Okay. I'm pretty sure we can enter some of these other rooms. Well, whatever. We'll figure it out. A study of the patented Shixal Honkai vaccine HBA022.
A
pharmacological analysis of HBA-022. That's the vaccine HQ is supplying Shinzo with. Are they trying to reverse engineer and copy our pharmaceutical... I was going to say pharmacological, but not quite. Pharmaceutical agents. I don't think so. They could obviously modify the vaccine itself from what I've seen in the injectors. I'm searching the stock of HBA-022 in their inventory. And it is now, currently, at 0. So the entire batch of 30,000 injectors of vaccines is gone? None of this makes sense. I sense a conspiracy. By hacking the thing, I've gained access to the lock zone. Okay. Could have hacked it earlier, but sure. Here we go. Rita grew increasingly uneasy. She felt that something was wrong. The data she found presented only a few dots. Rita pieced the hints together and sensed something terrifying. She would only need to find the last piece of the puzzle to see the entire picture. My intuition is telling me that they're up to something evil in this place. Girl, you were a fine one to talk about evil. Something evil? But you're right in that place. Doesn't that mean you're in great danger? I recommend withdrawing from Heliopolis right now, Miss Russwise. We should plan before making our next move. Rita's optics suddenly detected something and informed by flashing a little red dot. Her Phantom Iron battlesuit was forged in Helheim Labs. It was designed to hunt down Honkai-infected organisms. And the inbuilt biodetectors of the battlesuit had picked up on the faint scent of a zombie. I found something. It's now or never. A good hunter would fire her shot before letting the prey fly away, Alvatir. Alright. Bam, bam. Alright, let's claim more of our stuff and progress onwards. Also, what is an Onric arc? Oh, that's a whole other thing too. I forgot about that. Yeah, okay, I got it. Oh, right! I can enhance them here. I totally forgot about this. Dude, I completely forgot that I could... No one else was having a hard time. I was like, I didn't think I died this easily in this. But yeah, it's because you have to do all this shit. Alright, let's unlock... that. Yeah, no wonder I died earlier. Let's go over to Kiana, make sure she's leveled up. At least to level 3. Wait, they're gonna make me play the Night Moonbeam? Interesting. I didn't think they would do that. Alright, so we can upgrade her weapon at least a little bit more, or we can... What does this stuff do? I don't remember what these do. Oh, here it is. Okay. Boost defense in battle, trigger global time fracture, flame pillar. I think I'd rather have flame pillar, honestly. Upgrade the weapon. Because Rita's a little weak right now. We'll give Kiana this too. Because I don't really care about time fracture as much. I forgot about all that of like leveling shit up. Alright, I went back over to enhancement, go to Kiana, upgrade her weapon too. I can't do that one yet. So let's just level Kiana up to level 4. Love this whole system. They really put this all in the game just so people can like do the story and have fun progressing system and not have to pull for characters. I do agree that they should be doing this. Like Zenless does do this though. Zenless will like give you characters to play while progressing through the story. They're already like pre-built and stuff. Like Zenless does do that. You can't like replay it, but like Zenless does pretty consistently let you play like new characters. Like every story thing that comes out, like you have like a section where you are given the character to play as. Get a sense of like how they control, and they still keep doing that even now. Star Rail does not do that. Genshin I think sometimes does, but like I don't know how often they've done that since. I think it's like character affection quests or something. What is the Honoric arc? I don't remember this. We'll do that one after we finish the main story stuff. Progression system for trial credits. Yeah, I like the progression system too. Like, it's good. That is unique to this. Alright, let's summon myself. Let's summon my Ellie, because she'll kick ass. The building plan showed no basement facilities, but my radar detected an underground source of Honkai. Alvatir, I hereby order the Immortal Blades to be ready. I might need their support. Areas hidden from human vision could easily be detected by Stalker Carbon, Rita's loyal hound. She gave an order. The mech hound leapt into action. I feel we're close to the secrets that we're trying to find. Oh, they're gonna make me control the dog. It controls so awkwardly. This is bonk, bonk, bonk. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Bonk, 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 bonk. Come here. Stop running away. This is very, very tedious. Gonna need you to stop breathing when I slash at your face. Slam, bam, thank you, ma'am. Dead. Its animations are kind of silly too. Good job. I found the way to the underground facilities. Alright, puppy. Go ahead and open the way for me. The elevator door opened. The darkness seemed to offer an odious invitation. Oh yeah, I forgot that Rita's like a dog person. But then her and Dudendal have a cat. They have Stan. Which, whenever we like talk about Stan, I have to pull that up at some point in time. Because like, that entire manga is really funny. It's like the London Holiday one. And it has some of my favorite like interactions of Dudendal and Rita. It's so goofy. Like, Dudendal being a dog person is its own thing, but she allows Stan to be their pet cat because Dudendal is like Cecilia in that she loves cats. And Dudendal will do anything for her wife, so, you know. Alright, can I get the two of you together? Yeah, I meant Rita. You know what I meant. You know what I meant! My brain's a little, like, frazzled. I'm focusing on doing this while also talking. But you know what I meant. Rita would do anything for her wife, and Dudendal would too, technically, but like... Dudendal likes cats. Rita likes dogs. So Rita's like, no, okay, Dudendal wants it, so we'll have it. Alright. Come on, Zambi. Got it. Alright, who's next? Alright, what do we get out of this? How many of these like little level up tickets? 40? That's a little bit. That's kind of helpful. We'll do this like next. We'll do this whole section, then we'll get a thing. Whatever my Lady Bianca desires. Pretty much exactly that. Whatever Didn't wants, Didn't gets. The giant elevator platform finally reached the underground facility. She stepped into a gigantic chamber. What shocked Rita most was its contents. There were vats containing humanoid specimens that appeared eerily alien, yet familiar. This could only be zombies. The reanimated corpses exhibited glowing marks of intricate patterns on their pallid skin. Stigmata. Before Jigsaw created artificial stigmata, only very, very few people bore these marks naturally. Rita clenched her teeth as she studied every face within the vats. She breathed a sigh of relief when she found no familiar faces, but that relief quickly turned into fury. The specimens varied in size and age. Some exhibited Honkai tissue implants or white silica carapace. Others had cybernetic body parts instead. The entire chamber was a horror show designed to display the extent to which a human body could be mutilated. Rita realized she was close to the roots of the dark secret. Mr. Osweiss, are you alright? I'm detecting sudden increases in your blood pressure and heart rate. I mean, she came across essentially like a Nazi test facility. I'd imagine she's a little stressed out. But then again, I mean, Otto was also doing this, so... Wondering where Rita draws the line personally. Alright. You gonna give me more of the stuff, please and thanks? No, I need the thing. Thank you. I'm gonna go do this. Alright, let's activate the thing. The hound gingerly leapt, leapt. They wrote that wrong. Gingerly leapt onto the main computer terminal and plugged itself in. A large number of documents were displayed on Rita's visor. She quickly found the file she was looking for. Stigma. A most valuable technology, our technological legacy built into our very own biology. It is not a product of natural evolution, but a previous era biotech construct that remains a mystery to us. Before previous era ended, complex sets of Honkai-resistant genes were inserted into a number of embryos. The stigma results in distinct phenotypes of skin markings known as the stigmata. Humans with stigma have better Honkai resistance and control that gives rise to superhuman strengths. Yeah. However, each passing generation eroded the integrity of the stigma gene sets. Yeah. When the carefully constructed set is taken apart, the stigma itself became ineffective as well. Though all humans carry stigma genes, only a few could naturally express stigma at a functional capacity. Jigsaw attempted to synthesize stigma gene inserts, but these clumsy copies are defective and dangerous. On the other hand, revelations from the Almighty Serpent allowed our research to achieve true progress. Serpent? The World Serpent? We can now artificially interfere, activate, and transpose dormant stigma fragments for functional expression. Interesting. The transformation process was difficult. Many subjects were lost. A few became little more than animated corpses. But those who survived the metamorphosis shall gain the ability to survive in a world filled with Honkai. The cost to pay is steep, but the results justify the price. Activation progress remains slow. The numbers fail to meet expectations. We plan to test on a populated city. Madness! They want to perform their tests on an entire city. A giant screen on the other side of the lab was suddenly switched on to show a face. I happen to agree with you, but only sometimes. Alright, well, Raven, you guys are going to blow up Arc City, so, like, what exactly do you agree on? Precisely. Like, I would like you to explain this. Please. I don't know that I believe you. Hey, new enemy type, let's go! I'm surrounded. Immortal Blades, assemble. Dude, I remember like seeing this and realizing that they were like the corpses they tested on. It's so fucked. Trespassing and spying on things without permission. Very typical of Schicksal. Since you are so interested in this place, do take a good look around, Miss Rosswise. I'll come up with something to entertain you as well. You know what's very funny about this interaction? Is Raven in the current timeline is under Rita's command, and Rita fucks with her all the time. Maybe it's like a little bit of like vendetta from this, you know? I wonder if it's like a little bit of a vendetta. Raven has a lot of nerve bitching about sneaking around and spying, right though? You should always pay for something you want, right? The lives of your Valkyries seem like a fair price for the knowledge you've acquired from this place. I'm afraid you have no idea who you're dealing with. You are sadly mistaken if you believe these things can take down the Valkyries of Schicksal. The disgust in Rita's response here. Alright, let's beat up some zombies. Alright, let's kill that stuff off. I need you to come hither. Alright, can we get all of you together so I can do all this at once? Alright, good enough, I guess. Let's go. I prepared a special little gift to see if the elite fighters from the Immortal Blades can perform just as well with their backs against the wall. Oh yeah, Rita's mask was actually relevant here. Underhanded tactics like zombies and biotoxins only reveal how pathetic you really are. Rita taunted her opponent and swung her scythe. The razor-sharp edge clove a zombie in two. But I happen to disagree with you. The person on screen gave a smile and showed no hint of disappointment that her ambush had been defeated. The zombies and beasts around Rita suddenly collapsed as though they had been drained of power. The HSN B426 serum is no simple gas. I think you know what it is. A serum designed by a genius from Shixal to neutralize Honkai energy within the body. Oh, this music slaps, by the way. All like the battle music with Raven are so good. We further modified it for you. Serum particles can enter your systems via skin exposure to make you human again. Oh, the irony. We're using a Shixal weapon against Shixal Valkyries. She gave an order. Heavy mechs landed in the chamber and charged at Rita. Rita is debilitated by the serum. Please be careful. I thought you were going to show me the power of the immortal blades. Guess it's my turn to introduce you. The Death Web. The specialized Valkyrie Slayer. Have fun. I'm trying to remember if I'm like leveled up enough to actually like beat this thing. No, I'm not. Okay. Yeah, let's go. Turns Valkyrie powers off. Do I want to revive her for this? Because I don't have to go back all through that again. I don't want to spend crystals like we talked about before, but like this is one of those things of I'd have to go like level her up a bit or do the other stages, and I don't know if I want to do that right now. I'll do it this time. Also, them type countering us is diabolical. I don't want to do that. Ah, there it is. Okay. Immortal Blades. What a pesky bunch. Worry not about your sisters. I love sharing. So every one of your sisters is getting a fair share. The smirk on your face when you watch your sisters fall. You have a heart of stone. I'm just wondering how to return this favor when you fall into our hands. I hate it when people cannot keep their word. Finish her. You know what's I still find it so fucking funny that like again in the current like story stuff, Raven is like kind of a prisoner, but she's like under Rita's command, and Rita fucks with her all the time. I feel like it's in this moment she's like, I'm going to bully the shit out of you later. It's that like sadist nature that Rita has in her that's always so funny. Alright, so we recovered the crystals we lost. So let's, instead of doing that, let's go back. Let's claim this stuff. Enhancements available. Yep. Rita needs to be enhanced a bit more. Okay, let's enhance this. And we'll leave that at level 3 for the moment, because I want to get Kiana to level 4. Debating what I want to do here. I think enhancing... I know, we can't do that one. So let's do the weapon to level 5. And let's do Kiana's weapon to level 5. And then we'll leave the rest. We'll leave that for now. Alright, yep, we're in the last phase of this one. We'll go to the other stages afterwards. So, let's keep going. Kiana battlesuits only. Hey, yo, I think I know this part. Unknown area, city outskirts, several hours ago. Memo notes connected by different colored lines were pinned on the city map displayed on the wall. Kiana and Fuwa had been digging up leads and info on the city's Honkai outbreaks. The answer became clear once all the pieces of the puzzle were placed together. Kiana, when did you realize that someone was behind the Honkai incidents in Arc City? I saw a familiar face in a fight against the zombies. It was a woman I saved last month. I was shocked when I saw her again as a zombie. That's also a thing that, like, they don't talk about too much anymore, of, like, people becoming zombies and seeing the people you recognize as them later on. Like, they haven't really done this very much anymore. But I do find that also, it kind of, like, adds, like, to a level of, like, tragedy to all of what's happening here. I once asked you if the Honkai outbreaks in the city was due to her waking up inside of me again. Mm-hmm. And I told you that you weren't to blame. I know that to be a fact since I've been watching you all this time. Exactly. You said the Honkai beasts would have spawned around me if she were the cause. Which is true. Your words pointed me to the right direction. See, this is what I like about this arc too, is like, it showcases to you just like, Kiana's not stupid. She was never stupid. She has really, really good battle sense, and this is one of those like exact kind of things. So like she's working things out in her head. She's figuring it out. And when she's in the field, that like survival instinct kicks in, so she knows what she's doing. She's piecing it together, and she figures things out. Kiana was never stupid. She's a dumb jock, sure, but like she's not actually like brain dead. I think there's like, especially like the Impact Third tourists who don't know anything about this game, they will like to think that that's how Kiana's written, but she's not really. Kiana's actually pretty fucking smart. Like she put this shit together all on her own. I'm so proud of my girl. She's just so good. The growth. The Honkai beasts and zombies are always attracted to high concentrations of Honkai energy. Kiana placed pins on each and every side of the Honkai outbreaks. Look, the locations of every Honkai incident seem to revolve around an epicenter. The industrial facilities of Heliopolis. Simple, yet effective. You astound me, Kiana. I guess being a drifter means you can't be lazy anymore. And this isn't my first time being homeless. Yeah, not allowed to be lazy anymore, girl. If you are right, then Heliopolis should have the answers we need. We need more concrete evidences. So they absolutely write her like a fucking moron at the start. I mean, they do and they don't. Remember, because like if you play the Chronicle stages, you get a sense of Kiana like thinking and working things through. Like she recognizes things that other people don't. So like Kiana, even in the early game, if you play through the Chronicle stuff and whatever, like she still has a good sense of things. She's just also kind of a dumbass. Like she is a bit of both. It's a little column A, little column B. Is that why you wanted to drag Shixel into this and have them solve the puzzle for us? Shixel should be concerned since they're aiding Arc City. That man won't allow others to smear his good name. Oh, she wouldn't call him Otto. She's like, that man. The hatred she has for Otto now is great. Well, I don't trust Shixel. I don't know what this Rita is up to. Will she pursue the leads we gave her? Or will she continue her hunt for me instead? I said that with all the love in the world, though. Yeah, same. I honestly don't care what she does. I'll find out about this myself. It may be a trial for her, but it's also a trial for me as well. It's time for us to look into this, Kiana. I agree, Fua. I was right. Valkyries are on the move. Very well. Now it's our turn. Hearing this Kiana Battlesuit talking about, man, I want to eat Mei's food. Hilarious. Be careful and avoid the guards. Or, counterpoint, I fucking kill them. Get wrecked, nerd. Alright, don't turn around. Let me just nuke you. Bonk. I kind of love those. I wish they did more of that. Also, Kiana fucking Naruto running is hilarious. Alright, offwards. Alright. Well, hi, Immortal Blades. Oh, I didn't have to do anything. Okay. These are probably... I wonder if I should level Kiana up again. Maybe. She's level 60. The night provided the perfect setting for this deadly battle. Valkyries of the Immortal Blades fought on against the lurching zombies and mechanical horrors. However, the weight of the enemy's numbers slowly pushed back the elite Shixal unit. Something isn't right. These Valkyries appear to be hardly capable of defending themselves. They appear no stronger than ordinary humans. Be careful, Kiana. They have been heavily wounded. We can't just leave them like this. We're running out of time, Kiana. I know that, but... The girl finally made her choice. She would not walk away, and thus she drew her pistols. Protect the Immortal Blades. I also like this too, that like, even though Kiana is like, hates Shixal and doesn't trust them, she's still not willing to let people die. That's still very much on brand for her character. The Kaslana blood boils at the sight of injustice kind of thing, you know? Okay, I need you to stop doing that. Yeah, there we go. Alright, I'll need you guys to stop existing. Alright, who we got? Nope. Okay. We've almost got him. Okay, there we go. Yeah, if you guys could focus me and not the Immortal Blades, that would be great. And got him. Alright, who's next? Nope, we're not doing that shit. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Let's get some more of that stuff. Get that and that. I have a feeling I'm gonna need that. The rescued Valkyries struggled to their feet. They stared at Kiana with terrified eyes and retreated in fear. You're the herrscher! The herrscher of the void! Don't come any closer! Oh yeah, this is Ulvatir. Girl is terrified. I won't hurt you. None of them were willing to give her their trust. Really? Then, thank you. What happened? You don't look badly hurt. The Valkyries shouldn't be defeated that easily. She's not wrong. They played dirty. They used some form of gaseous agent. In my body, I lost my strength before I knew what happened. The wounded Valkyrie remembered something and held on Kiana's arm despite her fears. Try not to talk too much. Save your energy and let your friends take you back. Adjutant Roswise, she's still down there, in danger. Look, just take care of yourselves first. Please, you have to help her. You know, I kind of like that Alvatir is like a Rita fangirl almost. Okay, I'll do that. Like, where Susanna is obsessed with Durinol, I like that Alvatir is obsessed with, like, Rita a little bit. That's kind of fun. Well, not many fights could have been skipped if they just let Tesla make some of this stuff. Yeah, I do wonder about that. Just a little bit. Let's see, let's claim some of this. I think we're going to need to level up Kiana a bit more. Okay, she's leveled up a bit. Let's enhance that up a bit more. These are all level 5. I still can't... Oh, I can do that one. Okay, cool. I want that for the stamina stuff. And then Rita needs to be leveled up again. A bit here, too. Okay. We should be controlling Kiana for a while, so I think we need to make sure Kiana's, like, leveled for this. Alright, let's go. After firing her last shots, Kiana looked at the elevator that would lead to the deep underground facility. Kiana did not notice this area due to the brevity of her previous visit to Heliopolis. She took the chance that presented itself. That Valkyrie said Rita is still down there and in danger. This must be it. I think I'm close enough. I can even sense Honkai reactions. Rita must be fighting them. Kiana, our time is running out. You can help Rita or find out the truth. The choice is yours. Your choice here will not affect the storyline. Well, why don't we go find out some truth first? Rita can hold our own for a little while longer. Rita can wait. Rita can wait a minute. We'll go help her in a second. She's an S-rank Valkyrie. She's trained for this shit. Alrighty. Let's go over here. The stigma experiment. Is this why every zombie has stigmata on them? They're planning a citywide experiment to create a new breed of Honkai-resistant humans. Yep, this was the original plan for Honkai, or for the Stigma project, so. This is crazier than Otto's plans. The file clearly mentioned the previous era. Heliopolis knows more than I suspected. The almighty serpent. That man. He's still alive. You know what's funny about this line is, like, no one called Kevin that in the previous era. It was just Grey Serpent. How is that even possible? Like, literally nobody called Kevin that. Very, very funny. God, this music is so good. Alright, let's wiggle waggle this direction and see what we can do. Alright, what do we learn from this? This file is titled Mantis Observation Logs. Mantis? Year 1475. Phoenix shatters the enemy formation. Fuqua, the phoenix in the painting looks just like you. Year 1887. A photo with Dr. Conan Doyle, London. Wait a sec. This person looks like... God, I can't wait for the "you made me British against my will" line. It's so funny. You're right, Kiana. This is a record of the places I visited and the things that I did. What are you exactly, Fuqua? I don't mean to hide things from you, but my past is simply too long. I don't even know where to begin. She looks so sad here, too. I'm more concerned why this pharmaceutical company would be interested in my life. The person behind Heliopolis must know something, and probably came from the same era as well. Well, time to go save Rita. Let's go. Rita's fine. Looks like Miss Maid has made her choice. A temporary one. I hope you still have the juices to break out. Maido-san. Miss... I love that she calls her that. That's so funny. Wife, truly. We know what's also interesting about this is, like, if this was a recent thing, that means that Kevin knows Fuqua was alive, and so he instructed Heliopolis to look into her life so he could figure out what his former compatriot was up to. Which is so interesting in and of itself, right? Alright, do we level Rita again? Sure. We'll level Rita's stuff up a bit more. Give her this. Assign her that. That might make things a little harder for me, but it's fine. Never mind. It's perfect, because now we have to use both of them. Fantastic. I'm hardly surprised. I sensed that someone was feeding hints to Rita when that Valkyrie started doubting us. You could have stayed out of this, herrscher. Kill them. Try all you want. I'm not gonna go down that easily, Raven. Alright, let's see. Anything else I can collect? Let's do that, and ult, so we can make sure we have that completion thing for the stage. The death bombs are always, like, so fucking annoying. Like, having these, like, in the game for so long now, they are some of the most annoying fucking enemies. Bam, 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 bam. You know what? Fuck it. Just do this. There we go. Got it. Didn't even need to use Rita. Well, I guess we're running away now. No problem. That was easy. Claim our next bit of stuff. Final stage. And then we go to the EX stages, but that's whatever. Don't worry about that. It's fine. All units ready for battle. Alright, Raven, whatever. They must not leave. I mean, you're not gonna stop me. Alright, Death Web can go away. I don't want to deal with that. Alright, there we go. Got it. Alright, who's next? Oh, I'm like timed on getting out of here. I just realized that. I mean, we'll get out of here. This is fine. I suppose we could just like ignore the enemies. I've got a pocket ult though, so we're probably fine. I can take them all out. I can do that. Are we not letting me free? Hang on, we have to get out of here. Oh, I love this stage. This area is like, when they keep reusing it, but it's such a good setting. Like this is just a cool stage. Let's swap over to Rita and do her ult against the mechs. Merp, hi Charlie. Thanks for the sub. What doing? I'm doing Honkai stuff. The zombies continue their relentless march in the darkness. The exit's right ahead. Rita's body steadily became slower and clumsier. She could sense her strength draining away from her body. Her scythe became heavy. She could no longer apply enough force to break the armor plates or carapaces. She knew her only chance was to break out of the encirclement. EOS, request ground support. Come in, EOS. She heard a series of explosions. The names of the crew displayed on her visor grew dim. EOS was taken. Her last hope of escape had been dashed. Quick, while I can still hold it. Jump in! My apologies, Miss Kaslana. Bear with me until I have fulfilled my last duty. After all, a maid always remembers to sweep the floor. EOS, activate auto nav system. Initiate command, sweep. Target, current coordinates. Let's go! Kiana's like, what the fuck did you do? The shock on Kiana's face. She's like, Rita, what the hell? I feel like they would never make Rita so weak and helpless again today. Probably not. I mean, also, they never really use Rita for much of anything anymore, so. The night was dark. Raven ascended the tower and viewed the battlefield. You turned me into a burb? What do you mean? The Heliopolis facilities were in ruins. The shuttle wreck resembled a shattered greatsword. She gave a sigh. Her communicator then buzzed. What are the results? The Schicksal of Valkyrie created a great ruckus. She rammed her shuttle into our facilities. Is she alive? We found no bodies. Oldest trick of the book. I hope you aren't fooled by her show. You have 10 hours to stop a situation before Schicksal arrives in force and exacts their vengeance. Need I remind you of what happens if you fail? They left us with something I need. The experiment remains on schedule. The Serpent shall have its victory. Check Salty? Okay, we'll watch this cutscene and then we'll go check Salty afterwards. Cutscene! Somewhere in Arc City, moments later. You've always been so cold and straight-laced. Never took you for a hothead. Wow, were you trying to kill yourself just because you felt guilty about your losses? Hello Kiddo's like, what the fuck? Look, I've saved as many of your girls as I could. So stop this crazy nonsense. This crazy nonsense. It's not nonsense, it's nonsense. I'm afraid you're mistaken, Miss Kaslana. I do not believe in pointless sacrifices. But, since this vastly superior enemy will try to hunt us down, I created a show where we fought to the last. Yeah, she says that, but they weren't fooled by that for a second. Are you sure they would believe in your show? Even if they didn't, they'll be busy trying to cover up for that explosion. That means less forces on our tails. You know, I guess this is like the most Kiana and Rita have really interacted, huh? Before the World Serpent finds our tracks, we should... Rita started trembling before she could finish her words. The battle had depleted her strength completely. She collapsed and fell into a deep coma. Poor Rita, getting bullied. Alright, I get to claim more reward stuff. Right, give me that, thank you. And then we got enhancement stuff. Alright, let's enhance. Okay, that's maxed out, so I guess we'll just do base to let, and then that base leveled up. And then because I want Kiana to be strong, Kiana's weapons get leveled up too. Alright, let me go check Salty. What have you done, Charlie? What the fuck? Why did you turn Coco into a bird? What the fuck is this? Can I show this on stream? Can I show this to chat? Not Coco, you. What do you mean Obsibot? What do you mean? Or just me personally? This is so silly. Alright, let's see. Let's just open image link. Charlie. Why? Why with this? Why did you do this? I mean, you got the colors right. Like all of like the Coco's like maroon stuff and like the black and purple and white. Like I like the colors of this quite a bit. This is very funny. Needed you to match me? You made one for yourself too? You know we're gonna have to make this a redeem for stream, right? Like you know that, yeah? Like I'm gonna have to set this up in Waterdo now. And like use this as like a redeem model. Caw-caw! Your bunny? Okay. What kind of bird do you guys think this is? Like this is I feel like I've seen birds with this like little like tuft in the back, but I don't know exactly what to call that. We should make this a redeem. This would be a fun redeem as like a thing for stream. It'd be goofy as hell. It's very owl. Yeah, you know what? I see it. I see owl. I see that. Finch. I could see Finch as well. I think owl makes more sense though. Alright, let's do these stages. I don't think there's any story to this. That's very funny though, Charlie. I like it. Oh shit, there is story to this. Wake up, Kiana. It's still so early. We shouldn't be wasting our time like this. Where am I? You're in a dream. Dream? But everything here feels and smells like the real thing. It's the Fantasia of Taishuang created by the 8th key Feng Huang Down. Our memories are now connected. Fiba just casually dropping like random shit she can do because of her divine keys. It's like, don't worry about it. It's fine. You're still unprepared for the dangers that we will soon be facing. This Fantasia will give me enough time to teach you something useful. I can have a million of these dreams if they can make me stronger. Oh, that's still a part of her personality. She's like, you know what? I don't care. Just I'll stare at my fist and think about how much stronger I need to become. Alright, Fuqua, fight me! Rude. Yeah, I'm not falling for that. I'm not doing that. Alright, let's do this. Alright, fuck it. There are still a few hours till daybreak. We can take it slowly. Wait. Why do I feel like we've been fighting all day long? My body is gonna break. Time works differently in a dream. A dream that covers an entire life might just take a few moments in reality. Yeah, fair enough. It's a good way to train, though. It's like the hyperbolic time chamber in Dragon Ball. Wasn't there a guy who dreamed of becoming rich but woke up and realized that he just fell asleep cooking food? Okay. Indeed, but in Shinjo, such techniques of meditation were useful for martial training. Like the training I'm having now. Life is short. The ability to train in our sleep allows us to achieve far better results. But what if I forget everything I've learned in my dream when I wake up? True, these dreams may present a false reality, but constant dream training will instill muscle memory. Your break is over. Training must continue, Kiana. Alright, bring it on. I'm sort of glad that Kiana's like not backing down from Fuqua's like sort of challenge here. I like that. Also, this like cocky smirk here. I love this. I haven't seen this windscreen in so fucking long. So nostalgic. I guess we can like keep leveling while we do some of this. Probably be a good idea. Kiana can be enhanced. So we'll do this. I'm assuming that that's like the last enhancement we'll get for it. Feel like as a dropping crazy metaphysical powers like this is some cycle sync. Our cycles are now synced, so I can make sure we have enough hygiene products. You know what though? If they were to say something like that, they wouldn't do that. But like, if they were to do that, I would not be surprised. Let's put it that way. Oh, I gotta put Rita in the party. Okay, there you go, Rita. Have fun. Alright, Fuqua will revive outside the circle if she's... Okay, I see. Alright, Fuqua, stop it. Alright, come over here. Yes, I know you're stunned. Let's keep... Oh, hold on. Nope, she's out of the circle. Come here, Fuqua. I know you're stunned, but you need to come over here. Come on. Bonk. God, I can't get over how nostalgic this is for me. It's so nostalgic to see that. I suppose we could probably try another one. It's just Kiana. We've only been using Kiana. I haven't been using Rita anyway. I knew there'd be no rest tonight. You'll be sparring with Honoric Phantasms today. These Honoric Phantasms are illusions created by your own mind. Though they may be false constructs, you'll feel pain and fear as though your body is in real danger. Moments of danger push the body to unleash potentials that would otherwise lay dormant within you. This is why true warriors always push their limits to master powers they can unleash for future fights. But dangers are hard to come by in real life. That's why I use the Feng Huang down to make things easier. This reminds me of that special training system in St. Freya High. This is a little different. Feng Huang down is a divine key. Your brain will interpret every single detail created by the key as real. Yeah, it is an illusion, so. What do you mean? If your mind believes in your death, your body will be nothing more than a breathing corpse. Which is pretty fucking metal when you consider that. I will not interfere to ensure the effectiveness of this training. Do your best, Kiana. Ha! I'm a born genius. Let's do this. I love her cockiness. It makes me so happy. Alright, got some stuff. Let's do this. Alright, who's next? Come on. Stupid Immortal Blades, get out of here. I'm not concerned about the Immortal Blades. We're pretty much, like, powerful enough to do most of this, I think. Can I level all of them up entirely? Let's see. I'm still just using Kiana, so let's do... Yeah, that's level 8. That's maxed out. That's 6. And 7. Alright, Kiana's almost maxed out. What about Rita? Can we level up anything for her? Okay, she can have this. Is that last stage really going to give me enough to level them to max here? Oh, because it's not the last stage. That's why. Alright, Rita and the team. Alright, at 50% HP, Valk's 100% bonus damage with bleed continuously. Okay, sure, but I think I got this. Nope, I think we can stop that. I might be type countered, but I also don't care. Bonk, bonk, bonk. I'm not type countered anymore. Get wrecked, nerds. Alright, thanks for the crystals. See, how many of these searches do we have? We have 4 more. Okay, back to enhancement. Can we enhance Kiana stuff at all? Okay, we can get her... Alright, she's now level 80. Good. I'm just gonna level Kiana first. I don't really intend on using Rita much unless the game actually forces me to. This is fine. I'm not worried about it. Hey, do you have a killer move that you can teach me? All this basic training is just boring. How about some one-punch ultimate? That would make things so much easier. You mean like how Flickless new like weapons in the next patch are gonna give her like literally like a one-punch thing? Or how the Gerudo form always kind of does that? It's great. We love it. Look at her fucking face. Oh, she's so like, really? She's so over it. I haven't taught anyone for a while. I thought I would never do so again. So does that mean you're gonna teach me your killer move? I fight using the sword key, known as the Edge of Taishuan, an ancient art combining the best of many other schools. The Edge is divided into 5 blade essences: mantra, form, sanction, ascension, and eminence. So-called mind. You all have undergone basic psychological training in the academy. That is a simple form of the blade mantra, modified by auto to train Valkyries. Form and sanction require weapons you don't wield. Ascension might be useful, but the student must be enlightened. Yeah, which I was asking a lot of Kiana, to be fair. Are you saying that I'm too dumb for everything? Wait. There is still something left called imminence, right? It's eminence, the fount of change, where an unarmed wielder uses her mind to unleash the divine edge itself. The fount of what? I don't understand anything you said, which means it must be awesome! Teach me. Eminence aims to bend Honkai to your will, while mantra and form prepare your body to wield this essence. Though mantra and form must be mastered to achieve eminence. What I really like about this is, like, when we get to Senti's arc, this comes back. Like, this becomes relevant during Senti's arc and the animation. It's so fucking cool. Like, they set it up here, like they're setting the seeds for it, and then when we hit Senti stuff, this comes back. It's so cool. But you can try. Your herrscher body should allow you to control massive amounts of Honkai energy. But using eminence before you're ready may be dangerous. We should start with the mantra instead. Once the time is right, I shall teach you the essence of eminence. Great. What do I do now? Discard all your delusion and lull your breath. Are you speaking in another language? Well, I guess I should make it straightforward. Mantra basically is how you manage your body to enter into a state before combat. Before each fight starts, clear your thoughts and calm your body. Feel every bit of subtle change inside your body. And eventually, feel sheerly nothing, but the strength flowing within. Breathing. I feel it now. Mumbling with difficulty. Her inner self is becoming unstable. Kiana, stop. I don't think we will. It feels as though something is trying to break free inside of me. Mantra training often begins from a young age. You started late and your experiences of inner demons didn't help. Then I shall train at every sleeping moment until I master this thing. Listen well and keep my teachings in mind, Kiana. Be patient and allow things to take its course. One day will arrive when everything shall come together and propel you to enlightenment. Which, very, very true statement. I can't wait for us to get to the Senti arc, dude. I'm so excited about the Senti arc. We're a ways off from it, but I'm still very excited nonetheless. We've got a lot to go before we get there. Alright, let's claim that. Go back to enhancements. Let's go ahead and get Kiana maxed. Alright, cool. Kiana's now maxed out, so she's good to go. Now it's just Rita's turn. Congratulations, Rita. You're the second best one, because I wanted to do other stuff that wasn't you. Alright, into the party with you, though. Kiana should be able to handle this. I think it's fine. It's a shame I don't get Void Drifter in this, though. Big shame. Bonk, bonk, bonk. I gotta go deal with that stupid ranger. Alright, come hither, you, because you're getting on my fucking nerves. Nope, no shield for you. Alright, I got that one. God, even max level, I feel like Kiana is struggling a bit. Maybe I don't have the right stuff equipped on her, actually. Nope. No. Stop that, you little shit. Alright, there we go. Finally. 23 seconds to kill whatever this is. We might not be able to do this, so swap over to read it. Okay, yeah, you know what? We're not doing this with this because I don't think we have the right stuff equipped. Let's go back over and check this. Alright, enhancement. Alright, Kiana needs to have... Oh, I can't just swap to other stuff. Okay. This is creature type, so let's do Void Drifter. We'll give her this stuff, which is fine. And then Rita, we'll make her the ice one, give her this stuff. That should actually be better. I don't know why I wasn't doing that beforehand. Using white combat to do this stuff is kind of a wild choice. Void Drifter should be a lot more fun. Oh yeah, we're already doing a lot more damage here. Oh yeah, this is so much better than White Comet. So much better already. Alright, let's swap over to Rita, do her ult. I was gonna say, like, this felt like it was taking way longer than it should have. Why was I not doing this? Is what she's canonically using already anyway, right? I mean, the Void Drifter one? Yeah, that's canonically what she is right now. God, look at the art for this. Like, even the art for Void Drifter is fucking cool. It's just so good, dude. Alright, let's do this. Enhancement. Rita, you need to be leveled up a bit more, don't you? Level 7 here. Her weapons are now maxed out. Cool. So Rita's Stigmata's kind of like shit, but should be fine. Oh, we're back to just using Kiana. That's okay. I prepared for this. Kiana, we've been training for a while. Time is not on our side, so I'd like to see what you've learned. I see. Shall we begin? No. You're not fighting me this time. Your opponent is... Fupa snapped her fingers. The sound echoed throughout the serene Mount Taishuan arena and transformed it into something entirely different. The heavens turned dark. She levitated in midair and gave them a ghastly smile. Oh, hello! Hi, Herrscher the Void. I have to fight her? I know it would be difficult for you to fight her on your own. But sometimes one must battle without help and reap both the sweet and bitter rewards alone. Every one of us must face our deepest fears. It is a trial that we must undergo on our own. You must face her and fight her again and again until she is nothing but just another breath you take. Kiana, the divine key is not all-powerful. I will not be at your side forever. I foresee a far more treacherous path before you. Before my time ends, I'll do what I can to prepare you for this difficult path. Yeah, I would say Kiana's path is pretty arduous. That is my promise to you, and the promise I've made to Major Himeko. I will be prepared. Then we shall begin. Alright, Sidon, come here, girl. My boy lances are cool too, you know. Nope. Come here, you. You don't get to run away. Rude. Ass. Come here, Sidon. Get wrecked. Dead. Hey, look, she's doing the looking over the shoulder Kaslana thing that Kevin does. Alright, we have one more stage. Can I level Rita to max yet? I'm going to say the answer to that is no, but we should be able to get pretty close, right? Alright, well, her levels to max. Now it's just her stigmata. Soon, TM. Last stage. And the last little bit of this patch, and then we'll go on to the next patch. Or patches, technically, because we also have like 3-7 to get through, which is not really a story thing, but whatever. Ow. Sidon, I'm gonna need you to not do that. Let's see. Bonk. Her shield's down. We should be able to do something. Summon Rita, because we're not. It's a boss form, so she doesn't have any typing. God, I forgot how strong Rita could be at this time. Alright, hey, Sidon. And this should kill her off, I think. Oh, I have to fit outside the circle. Okay, right. Yes, I forgot. Okay. Sidon, could you come over here, please? Okay. Right, I forgot about that. Damn it! Get over here, Sidon! Sidon, I swear to God. Sit in! For fuck's sake, quit teleporting, you bastard! Son of a bitch. God, the teleporting was pissing me off. I didn't realize, I'd not read the thing and forgot to read it properly. That was kind of on me. But however, annoying as fuck anyway. And this should max Rita out. I think. It doesn't. Wait. How the fuck do I max her out then? Wait, what else do I need to do? We've already done everything. Wait, what else do I need to do to max her out? That's gonna annoy me. 96%, that's unacceptable. Alright, I guess we're gonna do this again. Unacceptable. And we'll do it proper this time. Okay, it doesn't matter about keeping her in the circle until the very end anyway. Yeah, let's just do that. Got her. There we go. Much easier. Now that I remembered what to do, I was like, oh yeah, I should probably do that. Does it matter that I need to level them up to max? No. No, it doesn't. But it makes me feel better when I have that done with. So, that's fine. So there we go. Arc Nocturne, finished. So now we are onwards to version 3.6, Dispel the Darkness, which... honestly, like, what was said about this patch and, like, what we're not going to be able to do is, like, how much of, like, the Captainverse stuff started here. Because, like, there's so much of this that has to do with, like, Ninja Sakura, and, like, when they did the rerun stuff, this was, like, where that started. And sadly, we have no means of being able to replay any of that. We just have nothing. We have some, like, the PVs for it, but, like, until they do another rerun, you guys are not going to be able to, like, see any of that, which is kind of sad. I don't think I even, like, when they did the rerun of this, I don't think I recorded it either. So, I actually have no means of showcasing those events at all right now, which is kind of sad. This chapter has two sections, Story and Trial of Darkness. Let's see the story sections first. Oh, yes. We have a lot, but we have a lot of cool shit happening in this patch. This is a really fun patch. Alright, cutscene time. There were only endless darkness and a bleached desert stretching as far as the eye could see. She stood with 7 warriors. They have one mission. The last battle of this long war would be fought here. Oh yeah, okay, let's go through. Who was on the moon with her? It was Kevin and Fuqua. And then Mobius, Pardo, and Eden. And Culpus and Cosma. I think those were the 7. Yes. Because Sue was back on Earth. And he didn't go anywhere. Fuqua was here. Who else was there? Iponia did not go to the moon either. She stayed on Earth. Who else? Sakura was dead. Ellie was dead. So, yeah, that makes sense. It would determine the fate of humanity. Would anyone amongst them live to see tomorrow? She had no answer. Now, not the sad piano. Prepare yourself, Hua. According to Mei's calculations, she would be here within an hour. Yes. Also, that fucking song is See You in Another World, by the way. Fucking rude. Not the Guns Girl Z song. Kevin. I hope humanity will survive this. They will. Just turn around and look at the earth to dispel your doubts. Kevin! Yeah, Charlie, you missed it. So, you want to talk about like how much more interesting Kevin is as a character? Because we pointed this out earlier. Kevin wields the Might of Anutu, which is a divine key forged from the Herrscher Flame of his era, right? Canonically, the Herrscher of Flame from the previous era was Captain Himeko. That was Fuqua's like mentor, right? She ascends to as a herrscher and like burns all of Australia to the ground in the middle of one of Eden's concerts, actually. And what's so interesting about the timing of this is like just before this happens, Kevin faces the Herrscher of Death, who was a Seele variant of their era, and something happened during that fight that like made him think that maybe there was some humanity left before he killed her. And then one of his close friends, Captain Himeko, becomes the Herrscher of Fire, and then he is forced to kill her. So when Fuqua shows up, thinking maybe she can do something about it, she already sees the mangled corpse of Captain Himeko left after Kevin had to kill her. And then they took her core as a Herrscher and turned it into a weapon that becomes not just a weapon Kevin wields, it's his main weapon. It's like a solemn reminder of like the friends and people that he had with him who he had to like, kill with his own hands. And he keeps that with him always. Fucking Starro would never. Starro would never do some shit like that. Like, at all. It's so fucking rude. I just love that that's how they handle this stuff. Like, the more I think about like how Kevin's story is handled here, it's so fucking interesting. I love him as a character so much. The girl turned around. Earth. The planet was an azure orb suspended in the great yawning void. The planet's deep blue curves emitted a warming halo that seemed to repel the darkness. Every time I looked at the skies, I tremble at the thought of the cold and dark universe. It's too subtle for general audiences in ways. They need to be smacked with sufframaxing instead. Yeah, you know, you say that, but like, that doesn't work for me, man. Like, there's so much like nuance to how Kevin's character should be written. And like, the more you learn about him and his era, the more like tragic he becomes. Whereas like, Seele's like, nah, you just get to see like people get stabbed and that's it. Sorry, Sag. And I'm like, there's so much more than that though. Nevertheless, I believe it still contains traces of warmth. For Earth gave birth to us, and the stars still shine. Earth. The girl thought about the humans there. They may be grieving or taking part in a doomsday revelry. But she saw things from the moon. Wars, hatred, pain, and those memories of the past no longer meant anything. The only thing that mattered would be the future. If humanity survives and repopulates the planet, their pain and conflicts would only return. Yet the only thing that still mattered would be the future. Kevin, I'm sorry about that argument with Dr. May, and for what I've said to you. Wait, no, what argument did she have with May? There's no need for apologies. You are my comrade in arms, and I am yours. Are we? What should I say then? Weirdly enough, Impact 3rd has more romance. I'm taught in writing style, not relationships. Yeah, you're correct. I mean, the literal like theming of part 1 at the race is like fight for all that's beautiful in the world, which is like a romantic concept in many ways. That is like the theming of a lot of this. And it kind of like harkens to like what we talked about before of like romance in the more like literary sense, not the dating sense. Which is what DeRailed never fucking understood. I need you to make me a promise. Those of us who survive this battle shall bear great responsibilities. May has prepared many projects. Stigma, Ember, Arc. Poor Griseo's already launched into space too. Not everyone agrees with these methods, but they are the seeds of humanity's revival. The survivors must nurture these seeds and avoid our mistakes until civilization rebuilds itself. Hua, I believe these seeds contain the means by which we can defeat the Honkai for good. Humanity must make great sacrifices to witness the arrival of that very day. But humanity will never lose hope. I find that to be such an interesting conversation and also exceedingly fucking rude. But now I'm trying to think of, like, so Fuwa said she had an argument with May. But what argument did she have with her? I'm trying to think of, like, what happened. I'm going to scroll through my timeline here and see. So, okay. Dr. May's Prometheus locates the source of the 5 parallel truths and uses 4 of them to better understand the Honkai. With this knowledge, May orders the construction of the Palace of Seele on the far side of the main attempts to stop the final herrscher. Which they never talked about that ever again. That was something that was confusing. This is Pardo visiting the destroyed ruins of her city. Okay, so it must have been before this. Let's see. Epony meets with Vilvi about the 7th Divine Key. Sue talks to... Oh, that needs to move. This is in the wrong place. Let's see. This is their dinner scene when Ellie sacrifices herself. Oh, here. Okay, we haven't even got to this yet, but I'm talking about it anyway. So I'm gonna read this through a few times. So this has nothing to do with Fuqua's argument with May at all. But this is about, like, it's about Ellie's whole thing. So May meets with the 8 Flame Chasers, which is Kevin, Aponia, Eden, Vilvi, Sue, Cosma, Mobius, and Pardo. Ellie, Griseo, Fuqua, and Kalpus do not attend. This meeting was called by May and seems to be where the possibility of a traitor exists. It might also be a meeting where May reveals that Alicia is confirmed to be a herrscher before May actually dies. This conversation happens after Sakura's death. So I don't remember if they said anything during that. Ellie talks to Prometheus about how to give humanity a better ending than destruction. Ellie resolves to become a, quote, charming villain and fight the Flame Chasers in an effort to unite them and the rest of humanity with a greater threat than Honkai. That's not quite correct. That's my interpretation of some of the dialogue, but that's not exactly what she does. But it does make sense, because, like, what Ellie actually does is she, like, goes to Dr. May and says, I think I might be a herrscher. And then they test it, they prove it. May explains this to the rest of the Flame Chasers, and then Ellie holds a banquet in which they sort of, like, have this whole, like, send-off thing for her before she, like, returns to Honkai in a sense. Now, banquet can mean a few different things, because when we get to Elysian Realm, she says having, like, a banquet, like a dance kind of thing, and it's a fight with her that May does. So, like, it could be that she did actually, like, quote-unquote play the charming villain, like she says, and, like, be the bad guy here and, like, fight them, and then having Kevin be forced to kill her in a sense. Which would explain how she, like, returns to Honkai. Because that's one of those things that's, like, a little bit, like, oddly worded. Which is its own thing. Let's see. Eden meets with Alicia after the meeting with May to inform her that Ellie is no longer suspected of being a traitor. Eden has put her Sims into the Elysian Realm. Alicia and Eden talk about one of the meetings some more, acknowledging Eponia's absence from it. Alicia remarks on how she's glad she met Eden. As the night grows darker, a large aquatic creature carrying a touch of light powder, I don't know what that means in this context, with the sky as its sea and its tail greatly swaying, disappears in the vast starry sky. What they don't tell you about that is that's a little like a date, because Eden activates her Honkai active form, which is a whale, and she, like, takes Ellie into the sky on, like, a fucking, like, nighttime date. Truly, lesbians are extra. Elysia and Aponia walk and discuss fate and the inevitable end of the Flame Chasers sometime shortly after the Christian Elysian realm and Socrates' death. They regard how Kalpus is in trouble for something, and Aponia met with him regarding it. Elysia confesses to being able to see into the future, to things that are close at hand. Her example is redacted. 10 days later, on the 11th day of the meetings Mobius is called, Aponia wanders through the Golden Courtyard alone, thinking about the conversation now that Elysia is dead. Aponia watches the threads of fate disappear, which is interesting. That's something that I'm glad I put a link to that, because that's a really important one. Elysia holds a banquet with only 4 attendees to witness her death: Kevin, Eden, Vilvi, and Aponia. The preparations for the banquet, including her death, were arranged by Elysia herself. She was never the 13th herrscher, which was only a story intended to tell the world while she revealed the truth to the banquet attendees. Elysia was born a herrscher. Her goal for her entire life was to become human, as she deeply loved all of humanity. She reveals that she was the very first herrscher, the herrscher of origin / human ego. Which, yeah, is correct. Her reasoning for her betrayal was understood by at least some of the other Flame Chasers. Kevin says he knew what it meant and respected her for it, but he could not trust her, Sim, again. He also refers to her as a traitor, but that she never put herself into a position that endangered humanity, and that until the very end, her path and purpose were unchanged. When he talks about Elysia's betrayal, it's usually with great pain and sorrow. Eden does not view Elysia as a traitor. Mobius refers to her as such, though. And what's more, Sim Mobius describes Elysia as the least trustworthy person in the Elysian realm, and that everyone paid a dear price because of her. Which, you know, that's a weird thing to say here. Like, what does Mobius mean by this? That everyone pays a tragic price because of Elysia's death, or whatever. Because, like, all Ellie did was, like, reveal, I'm the first herrscher, and I've been around forever. Which raises a lot of questions, like how they never detected this inside of her at any point in time. It also explains her color scheme quite a bit, which we'll get into more later on. But, like, there's a lot going on here in this conversation. But, like, what does Mobius mean? Because Ellie's sacrifice allows humanity in the future to be able to, like, have a chance to fight Honkai later on. So I'm not really sure what she means by that. It says, while her motives are not clear at this time, Mobius' revelations may provide some insight. Elysia is driven by fear, fumbling in the dark, a loser just like everyone else, which is something that, like, is not me saying that. That's, like, what the game describes her as in some ways. Like, Mobius says this too, which is so interesting because, like, people like to talk about Elysia like she's like a Mary Sue type, but, like, even the game is very, very fucking clear that, like, no. Other people also thought that Ellie wasn't actually special, and she wasn't. There was something special about her personality and the kind of person that she was, but as far as her, like, actual abilities, no, she was doing the same thing everyone else was. Which is, like, the biggest nail in the coffin for me about that Mary Sue argument, which is usually only said by fucking tourists who don't play this shit. Sue and Aponia likely attempted to restrain her, but Ellie's unique nature as a mantis renders her immune to their influence. Oh, I forgot about that. Sue and Aponia can't use their, like, telepathic stuff on her at all because she's completely immune to them. Kevin remarks that he had known Ellie's true intentions from the beginning. The previous era may have had a different... Had he known her true intentions from the beginning, the previous era may have had a different ending. He feels that trusting her was a mistake. Why, though, Kevin? She didn't get to be bullied more by Ellie. Yeah, she wanted that. We all know. What does he mean by this? Like, Ellie's true intentions were she wanted to become human, which was its own thing, and then she sacrifices herself for humanity at the very end, to which Eden describes her as, like, having always been the most human of everyone. That's why she's, like, the perfect human in some ways. Like, she's literally lesbian Jesus. So what does he mean by he feels that trusting her was a mistake? And that the previous era may have had a different ending. Did they think that if Ellie had, like, stayed to fight with them on the moon, that they would have stood a chance against the herrscher finality? Because, like, no. That would not have worked that way. What does he mean? What are you talking about, Kevin? According to Sue, even throughout the multiverse, Elysia's decision does not change once, though she's asked him to see if there was a future where she hadn't made that decision. Aponia meets with Vilvi about the... I don't see anything about an argument with Fuqua and May, though. Like, at all here. Hold on. I'm gonna search this document for May and see if I can find it. May sends them all to the moon, and then they have the fight with the second, or the herrscher finality, and then she dies later. So that's not very helpful. May, what the fuck did you even talk with about that Fuqua had an argument with? I don't even know what she did. It must have been after the herrscher of corruption. But, like, I have nothing in my notes from the Elysian Realm that talks about what this, like, alleged fight was. Because the only thing I can think of is that when she met with them, it wasn't just about, like, the possibility of a traitor. It must have been talking about the different projects, too, right? Like, Stigma and everything else. And what I do remember is that, like, Eden was originally, like, the herald for Project Ember. Ah! Fucking cheese, Charlie. How dare you? So here's what I think the argument actually is. Okay, so Eden was the one in charge of Project Ember, which would have been we're going to have somebody stick around and then rebirth, or help, like, guide the rebirth of the next era. And Eden passes that along to Fuqua instead. So Fuqua, Nua and Fushi are the three who are kind of like the pioneer leaders of that project, right? And I do recall that Fuqua has immense reservations about being in charge of that project. She's a pseudo-herrscher of corruption, which makes her, like, immortal, which is one of many things, which is partly why Eden does this. But Eden also says that, like, she belongs in the previous era. Like, she has no business in the next era. And she wants to die with it. Which is her own thing. She, like, chooses to die. So I feel like whatever argument Fuqua has, it's probably like Eden probably made this decision and told Dr. May about it. And then she probably went to May to argue against it, that she didn't want to be a pioneer, and was basically said, tough shit, you're doing it anyway. That's the only thing I can think of, because that decision was made fairly close to the 14th herrscher, I think. Let's see. So, let's see. Fushi and Mobius have an argument which led to both her and Nua leaving the lab. They were later put in charge of Project Ember. Eden places Fuqua in charge of Project Ember and tells her of Nua and Fushi's role in the project. This is shortly after Nua and Fushi quit Mobius' lab due to the herrscher corruption experiments. So yeah, the timing makes sense. So, like, sometime after the herrscher corruption, and potentially even after Alicia's death, that mantle is passed to her. So that has to be, like, what it's about. Because I remember Fuqua not being particularly happy about this change of events at all. We went on a whole tangent that's about not at all what we're discussing here. But I need to investigate, okay? There's the reason why we're doing this. We're looking for information. Damn, they're going to make me use White Comet again. Cheese to see ya. To hunt down the Herrscher of the Void, Rita Ross Weiss returned to Ark City. So she did. But to her surprise, the city had fallen into the World Serpent's clutches. Its machinations trapped her in a cul-de-sac. At the critical moment, her prey came to her aid. And thus, the fates of the hunter and the prey entwined. Outskirts of Ark City, some secluded corner. Kiana? Did I fall asleep? I dreamed that I was on the moon right before some big fight. And there was this guy who looked familiar. I don't know who he was, but he called me by another name. Hua. Those are my experiences, Kiana. Our individual minds may have intertwined for some reason, but your dreams can help remind me of the past. I didn't tell you many things, because they may sound unbelievable. I'm not just a Schicksal Valkyrie. My life stretched all the way back to the previous era. I am a survivor of an ancient time. What? I always felt that you were special, but the things you're saying now are just unbelievable. You know what's so funny about this is, like, all of us playing this knew this was the case. So this is more of a surprise reveal for Kiana, who just didn't fucking know this shit. But all of us, like, players were very much aware of his history. This was not news to us. It's just like waiting. It's like, what's the term for this? Like dramatic irony, where like you, the reader, know something that the characters don't. It's exactly that. It was very fun. So all those records about you that we found in the lab, are they all true? Then who's the guy talking to you in the dream? Kevin Kaslana, the founding father of your house. He's also a previous era survivor of the final battle, and the greatest defender of humanity. That was the way it should have been if he were to fall in that battle. But the final battle ended with such cruelty that it changed both me and Kevin. This is true. I mean, they were bodied within 5 minutes, so... After the war ended, Kevin created the World Serpent and started carrying out previous era projects to revive humanity. Sorta, kinda, but not really. Had Grey Serpent got his way, Mobius would have been the face of World Serpent. But, you know, that hadn't been written yet. World Serpent? Previous era projects. Do they include Project Stigma? Yes. The project may be important, but humanity could ill afford to pay its price. Many pioneers opposed Kevin's actions and turned against him. Then, he disappeared from history altogether. You say many pioneers, but it's really just like you and Sue. Like, I guess if you wanted to phrase it that way, because everyone knew pretty much from the very beginning that Project Stigma was the worst possible option. Like, yeah, you could say that most people oppose this, but like, the one who trapped his ass in the Sea of Quanta was Sue. So. What? What happened? It's a long story that I'll tell you later. You just need to know that Kevin's disappearance was welcomed by many. Again, you say by many, but there was only like you and Sue. And that was it. The World Serpent collapsed afterwards. I even thought it was vanquished several centuries ago. But the records about me that were found at Heliopolis Underground Labs, and that familiar symbol, the Serpent still lives. They were only hiding in the shadows, waiting for the return of their sire. Listen, Kiana. We must leave Arc City. She's like, I gotta run away. I don't want to fight Kevin. If that man returns, and if this was all part of his plan, this city will no longer be safe. I know him. If he finds you, he will kill you without hesitation. I may have protected you in the past, but things have changed. Does that mean I have to run away again, like what I've been doing for these last 3 months? What's the point? I've been on the run forever. Should I go hide in another corner and hope that no one finds me? I am kind of glad that Kiana's pushing back on this a bit. I won't leave Arc City. I don't want to remember myself as a girl who always runs away from her problems. Girl, I'm so proud of you. You might have been like suffering quite a bit, but you're still kind of the same person in some ways. I'm very proud of you. Since you've made up your mind, I won't get in your way. But promise me this, Kiana. If we find evidence that Kevin is in Arc City, you must leave at once. Okay. I promise. So about stigma. The vaccines were shipped to Shinjo last year. Did the Serpent start its plans last year as well? No. Vaccine modification was part of it. Stigma activation needs another step known only by key Serpent personnel. I guess the Serpent will be accelerating their plans. We don't have much time left. What do you plan on doing next? I'm taking a direct approach. Head back to the biomedical park and find the one commanding the zombies. Yeah, we're setting up the good shit. She looks like a key Serpent personnel. She must know something. Rita has created a few diversions there before. I think your chances look pretty good. It's just that I spent way too much power in that huge fight. Don't push yourself too hard, Kiana. You need to rest. I've rested enough. We should move as quickly as possible to give us more time. What should we do with Rita? Rita was still unconscious. Kiana examined her wounds. Leave her here for now. Kiana inspected her surroundings and made sure she left no traces of herself before leaving the room. But she was not aware that a pair of eyes opened as soon as she closed the door. Typical Rita. Mecha guards are showing up outside. Yeah, we can deal with it. I'm not too worried about it. Take the stairs up to get out. Okay. Y'all gonna make me fight again? Mecha guards. Bombs planted. Alright, I'll place one here. This is a good spot. Let's go place some more bombs. Just, you know, mild terroristic actions. It's fine. Stay clear. They'll explode soon. Don't worry about it. Placing some bombs in a populated area, this is fine. Alright, right ahead. Alright. Onward. Oh, I've got more leveling up stuff. I do. Hey, Mei's here now. Yeah. Okay, I see you. We'll equip both of these things for now. Yeah, back to this again. Look at that, guys. We got Mei back. I'm sure Mei's fine, right? Probably. She's definitely not going to be like sobbing mess and codependent, yeah? Probably not that. Alright, only Rita can be used. Okay, fine. I'll use Rita. Rita had carried out many missions before, but never had her expectations been subverted so thoroughly. A herrscher supposedly driven by an inhuman urge for destruction and was trying to save a city from a deadly plot. She was Rita's prey, but when she herself was incapacitated, the herrscher saved her life instead. Rita had witnessed Kiana talking to herself, or was she talking to someone else, someone unseen? Who could that person be? If only I could hear those words clearly, but I would have given myself away if I tried to move. In any case, I can't simply sit out on this. Go ahead and distract the World Serpent for me, Miss Kaslana. I shall attend to my affairs. She switched on her communication device and waited for a response. Nearly a minute passed. No one picked up, but she could hear Alvatir's voice. Deputy, we were worried sick about you. Alvatir, good to see you again. The herrscher girl saved us. But why would she? I wish I knew. Deputy, I'm trying to get HQ, but our comms are jammed. Look after the squad. I'll join you soon. Are they gonna let me climb up, or... Okay. I guess we're going this way. Oh, I can kill this thing. Hey, what's up, nerd? You're wrecked. Easy. Well, these guys shouldn't be very hard. Smack. I love these executions. Like, these are so cool looking. And then we have, like, this is the basic ones of, like, yeah, you smacked him in the back of the head. Don't worry about it. HQ is not responding to my calls. I have no choice but to leave a message. Operation Artemis. Recipient, Didendal. Sender, Reader Roswas. Of course she wants to contact her wife immediately. It took her a few minutes to leave her message. Rita then began to think about things. Though I couldn't get in touch with Master Didendal, Miss Kaslana's friends should be interested in my invitation. Alright, onwards we go. Let's claim that. Enhancement available. Yeah, Rita needs to be enhanced. Well, we can give her Stalker Carbon stuff at least. I'm trying to think if I want to level that up more or not. I want Void Drifter. I'm making an executive decision. We get Void Drifter. We don't have everything she needs, but we'll get there inevitably. Alright, next stage. There we go. We got the story accurate one. Meanwhile, at the Heliopolis Biomedical Park, Raven received a call from Jackal. Hi, Jackal. What is our current progress? The secret of Heliopolis was exposed. The experiment is running out of time. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. If evil, why hot? Cause like, look at this shit. It is a crime, like genuinely a crime, that Jackal is not like a playable character. What the fuck do you mean this is not a playable character? This is bullshit. Oh yeah, what the fuck? I wanted this one. How could you? Maybe one day they'll bring her back. I don't have any hopes for it, but one day maybe. I've deployed our entire forces. You can expect me to wave a magic wand and wish those problems away. Also, Raven's design is fucking sick. I love Raven's outfit. The Shixel Valkyries left the place in a mess and delayed our plan, but that is not our greatest concern. We need to worry about the Herrscher of the Void. She knows about us, and she will try to sabotage our plans. Stop her. Stop her. True, I hate her, but I'm not insane. You can throw 10 times more of your monsters at her and it won't even slow her down. Which is a valid concern. Think about what she did in the Second Honkai War. No army in existence is a match against this herrscher. It's interesting that Raven is equating Kiana to Sidon during the Second Honkai War. Like, they don't really make much of a distinction here, which is kind of interesting because, like, she's not the only one either, right? Like, think about, like, how Otto does. Otto doesn't really refer to Kiana as her own person either. She's just a clone. And he always calls her by her, like, serial designation. And refuses to, like, acknowledge her own identity and personhood. Sidon inside Kiana's head also refuses to acknowledge Kiana's, like, personhood. She's like, you're nothing but, like, a mere vessel for me. And it seems like Raven and at least parts of World Serpent also don't really view Kiana as herself. They view her as Sidon, which is so interesting to me because, like, I think there's a line of dialogue from DeRailed towards the end where, like, she specifically calls attention to this and she's like, no, she has a name. It's Kiana. Like it's a very, like, interesting thing of, like, I think DeRailed might be one of the few people to, like, actively correct other people when they don't acknowledge Kiana's personhood, which is interesting, and I like that. I checked the set recordings from an hour ago. That girl did not display any herrscher level powers. She may be a nascent herrscher with little control over her powers. Your childhood trauma is making you afraid. Oh yeah, I guess Natasha was, like, from Siberia at that time, huh? My intel tells me this Void Queen dealt some damage to Shixel HQ, but was defeated just a few hours later. There were 3 S-rank Valkyries stationed there. Rita Rosswise, whom you fought before, was one of them. And is Rita really any good? Our clever trap took her out of the game. All this shows that the nascent herrscher may not be as powerful as you feared. Methinks you might be underestimating her just a bit. May not be as powerful. Your intel is doubtful. I have heard that the Shixel Overseer made secret weapons. You know, Raven is correctly concerned here, I think. Otto? Everyone knows he's just a coward hiding behind his Valkyries. Girl, both of you have faced Otto before. And you know that he does take the front lines immediately because he has, like, Solium bodies and stuff. He's not hiding behind the Valkyries. He's just, you know, like a chess player kind of thing. What are you talking about? Your ego is unmatched, Jackal. You might as well tell me that Otto made a retiring Valkyrie wear a powerful battle suit and took out the herrscher. I mean, he didn't make her do it, but she did do it. Your sense of humor is so reassuring. Raven, we have spent years preparing for Project Stigma. A densely populated city under curfew with limited evac? We won't get another perfect setup like this. Our sire is watching. The future of humanity must rise from this place. There's no going back for either of us. Raven's hooded face tensed when she heard those words. As the serpent wishes. It's too quiet here. Just all the fucking... They really just let Jackal do whatever the fuck here, didn't they? Like, all the, like, Anubis statues and stuff. They just let her do whatever the fuck, didn't they? That's so funny to me. Just let her do whatever. Let's see. Yeah, turn around, please, and thank you. Bonk. I'm sure he's fine. He's just sleeping, guys. Don't worry about it. Now, we go up the down escalator. And nuke this guy. Now, I think I remember, like, spending a lot of time when this patch came out, like, assassinating everyone. But I'm pretty sure we don't actually need to. I think it's just getting up to the actual entrances. Something up ahead. The girl infiltrated the biomedical park. The dark cover of night gave her a sense of peace. She observed with bated breath. The woman who ambushed Rita was issuing orders to a convoy crew. These guys are up to something. We seem to be just in time, but this feels more than just a coincidence. The convoy is leaving. I guess it wasn't a coincidence after all. Kiana leapt down and pursued the departing convoy. Well, that was easy. Alright, let's see. You know what? I think I'll wait until we do these two stages, then we'll go level up everybody afterwards. Highway lights flashed past as Kiana approached the convoy trucks as quickly as she could. She launched herself into a graceful leap and landed softly right on top of a vehicle. I'll start my attack once we're far enough from the biomedical park. Watch out for the caped woman, Kiana. Someone who can defeat Rita must be well versed in underhanded tactics. I mean, yeah, she is an assassin. This is what she does. I know. Those dogs were incapacitated because of some poison gas they released. The gas that took out the immortal blades. It may be a chemical weapon for neutralizing Honkai in the human body. But you know, it must not be very permanent, because Rita goes back to being, like, a Valkyrie even after this. Like, yeah, she's an S rank, but, like, it must not be permanent. But I don't know. We'll have to see how they use her in the future, because I'm trying to remember, like, what role Rita plays after all this. This weapon has two obvious weaknesses. First, friendly forces reliant on Honkai energy must stay away from the gas or be incapacitated as well. Yeah. Second, gas weapons only work best in enclosed spaces. Oh, right. That caped woman didn't fight Rita face to face. She ambushed her in the lab instead. We should isolate and fight her in an open space and be prepared for anything that can happen. Yeah, we get to fight Raven later. I think I have a plan, Fuqua. But I still need to fight her first. Kiana braced herself and held the trigger. Her body was a coiled spring waiting to be launched. I'm sure it's fine. Also, it's music, dude. The music is so good in this game. Bonk, bonk. Nope. Bonk. I'm remembering how to play Void Drifter. It's been a bit. All right, I want to get these things all together if possible. Got him. All right. Now let's do this one. Let's go, Kiana. We got more shit to do. Hey, the art looks not as Big Crush this time. Hi, Raven. I see your herrscher body is holding on quite well, huh? Now you can't use Honkai energy either. Finally looking to fight me fair and square? For you. There's no such thing as fair. Alright, Raven. The hunt starts now. Alright, come here, Raven. I gotta beat you up. Rude. So fucking rude. There we go. She could feel her body losing its energy. Her limbs moved sluggishly, as though she was swimming in a mire. The enemy's gray cape unfurled like a raptor's wings. She moved so fast that she was essentially a blurred shadow. Kiana tried evading, but the opponent read her moves. Razor-sharp talons dug into her chest. What are you trying to do to this city? She could hardly maintain her balance or stay on her feet. I did not need to answer your questions. It's done, Jackal. Yeah. It's just as I thought. Even a herrscher could be defeated by the right strategies. Bring her to the lab, Raven. I advise against it. I say we kill her now. What? That's such an outrageous waste! We've captured a herrscher. A living specimen of a herrscher. I can't wait to take her apart and see what makes her tick. You're insane. Raven tossed the unconscious girl to the automatons and ordered them to lock her up in a truck container. I'm bringing her back. The rest of you will carry on with the mission. Oh, it's coming. Yeah, it is. No one noticed a figure in the distance who observed the entire battle. And I've only waited for a short time before setting off. I didn't expect to see you captured like this. But at least I'm walking away with good news. There's an antidote for that gas. Oh, yeah! It can be undone. That's why they didn't bring it back again, because you can just undo it immediately. Miss Kaslana, please try to bear with them for a while. See, Krail, that's why they didn't bring it back again, because you can just cure it immediately. There's no point in it. You did treat me as a creepy maid and ordered me about. Treat this as a serving of karmic justice. Rita, you are mildly creepy, to be fair. You do this to yourself. In any case, we should hope that my humble prayers for aid are answered. Rita murmured to herself as she disappeared into the night. You're telling me Tesla couldn't figure out how to make it work again? I mean, Tesla's more of an engineer, not like a biochemist. I mean, I'm sure they could figure out a way, but like, at what point would they really need to? Alright, Trials of Darkness. Yeah, we definitely will be need to doing this stuff. Let's collect our rewards. Chapter rewards, we'll do that. Enhancement stuff. Rita needs to be enhanced a bit, so let's get her... Let's see, what did Kiana? Kiana's like level 5, 4, and 4, so we'll do that to unlock this one. You said that when she made some of the stuff before. I mean, they synthesized it, yes, but like she didn't create it from scratch or whatever. She wasn't like reverse engineering things necessarily. Alright, 4 and 4. That should do that. We'll do that once and this once. What does this do again? Time fracture. Yeah, we'll leave the time fracture stuff up. And then we'll do this to give her that stuff and this so we can have this. And while we've unlocked Argentite Artemis, I think we're going to hold off on using her for the moment. Let's go do the Trials of Darkness stuff. This is a good place to go do this. Also, we're going to need to start using crystals for this because we've got a lot of shit we need to do. Painful as that may be. Alright, Rita, you and Kiana are going to have to do your best. Hopefully we're not going to be, like, out DPS here. Okay. So stay out of the gases, which we already knew. Alright, first one's done. No problem. This stuff's easy. Alright, we got 40 more. We'll do, I guess we'll do these first. I have to do... Will they let me do all of these right now? I wonder. I don't know if they will or not. Alright, this stupid chariot needs to get out of the way. Get out of the stuff. I don't want to have to go into that to fight you. Bonk. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Alright, fine. We'll summon Rita's bullshit too. Yeah, this is nothing. Okay, these are super easy. At least for right now. They may not stay easy. I'd really prefer to not have to use Phantom Iron. I really don't like, even when this battlesuit came out, I didn't like it. Genuinely, like, the worst one. Alright. Come on, you nerds. Get out of here. No, we're not doing that. Alright, swapping over to Rita. Despite how much I hate this battlesuit. As long as we do this quickly, it should be okay. Alright, got him. Okay, I think we can probably go level them up now. Alright, let's go back over here. Claim that stuff. Enhancement available. Yep. Rita needs to have... we could level Rita stuff again, I guess, but I still want to level... Alright, we'll be fair and we'll level her up into this. At the very least, I can, like, not have to bother with the worst battlesuit. And then I guess we can do... What does this stuff do? Flame, boost ultimate damage. Okay, I want Okay, I can't unlock that anymore, so... Never mind, I can't upgrade anything here. Alright, duly noted. That's as much as we can upgrade at the moment. So, let's continue doing this stuff then. Alright. Rita type counter, so we'll use her. Yeah, she might be intoxicated with it, but I don't care. Bonk. Alright. Who wants to die next? Well, at least we're all creature type here, so we're not, like, being type countered at least. I got him. No problem. Oh, I see they forget to turn off the outline inside Unity. That's funny. I could have that outline on, like, the models that I use too, but I've turned it off. It's very funny they didn't turn it off here. They may have wanted to do that. I don't know. But just noticing that, I'm like, oh, I've done that. I've done enough 3D modeling to recognize that when I see it. The thing you can turn it off in Blender too. There's a way to get around to doing that. It's not hard. Alright. Chariot's gone. And it's done. No problem. Good. That means we have a bit of like pocket information. Or not the level up materials, this stuff. And those trials are finished now. Alright. Back to the story then. We'll do this next batch of stages. Alright, Rita, what the fuck are you up to? Heliopolis Biomedical Park. 30 minutes later. They have more than doubled the security. Adjutant Rita, are you really going in before Master Dudendal arrives? Mocha, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. I know I'm not supposed to question choices made by a superior officer, but you were injured in the previous operation. Doing this alone isn't brave, it's... Ah! Charily. Charily. How dare you? And I agree with you, Alvatir. I'll take full responsibility for the poor decisions, bad leadership, and everyone who fell. Moisturize. Do I look like that little flap of skin with a face? I don't moisturize me. Okay, I'm not that, alright? But I am still standing, and the mission has not yet ended. I will stop the World Serpent in their plans. Their plans? I'm sure we will score an easy victory once Master Dudendal arrives. But what if she arrives too late to stop the Serpent? What will happen to this city? I'm a Valkyrie. I do not enjoy defeating an enemy after it murders an entire city of innocent people. You know, I really like this part because, like, up to this point, Rita's been kind of a semi-antagonist, but, like, I do like seeing here, like, how a bit of her, like, actual values are explained to you. Where, like, she's like, yeah, everyone who got injured or hurt here, this was my fault. I let that happen. That's my responsibility. But also, like, I'm the leader of this operation. I have to stay and make sure this is done. Like, that sense of duty that she has is, like, I think really important for Rita's character. And it's very interesting to see that kind of here, whereas, like, up to this point, she's mostly just been antagonist. But even, like, with the last patch story stuff, we were seeing that she was, like, willing to listen to Kiana's side of things. She was being reasonable despite her reservations about working with her and her not knowing if Kiana was going to be the Herrscher of the Void or actually Kiana. So there's a bit of, like, reasonable response that she can have, which we're seeing bits and pieces of here. And seeing her sense of duty as well is really kind of interesting and fun. She's so sure her wife will show up and just win. I mean, it is DeRailed. This is precisely why I am compelled to do something before Master DeRailed arrives. I gave myself that order. This mission is mine alone. She's always been fairly reasonable despite having every excuse not to be. I agree. 100%. Your words are so inspiring. I never thought about this before. Please forgive me, Adjutant Rita. Please be extra careful. At your current state, you're hardly stronger than an ordinary human. I do love that Alvatir and Sasana are, like, besties, and they respond very similarly to, like, the higher-ups in the Immortal Blades. It's very, very funny. Because remember, that, like, as far as Schicksal's concerned, like, DeRailed and Rita are kind of, like, legends. Like, they're famous. They're celebrities. And people, like, have their own little, like, you know, gaggle of followers because they all love and idolize them. So it's funny seeing that, like, Sasana and Alvatir are kind of, like, the leading faces of that. Don't worry, Alvatir. We Valkyries know how to fight without Honkai energy. My body still remembers all the training I had. Also, Rita's like 24, just for the record. This is a lot to ask of a 24-year-old. Deputy, I did a bit of tweaking for your battlesuit. You won't be able to use Honkai energy yet, but it can function for a short while. Thanks, Alvatir. I'll start with looking for a cure. Alright, we'll go right back and do the same thing before. Okay, well, we already kind of know where to go anyway. I gotta kill this thing. Alright, if you can just not face me. Cool, thanks, bye. You're right, nerd. Yeah, we need to go down this way. The research facility is right ahead. I think it's a good place to start looking. Wait, where is the EOS wreckage? Maybe they cleared it? Doesn't feel right. While Rita infiltrated the Heliopolis complex, something else transpired deep within the biomedical park. Raven rested in his sleeping pod to heal injuries suffered while fighting in the gas. I forgot we got to see this. Tasha. Go, Tasha. Go and live well. I dreamed of my brother again. I dreamed of the day when I left him. Destruction rained down from the heavens. We were forced to leave our home. We soon ran out of food, medicine, and water. People fought over them. Then they started killing each other. Many died in the cursed exodus. I never expected to survive. And then that man appeared before us. I like a little baby Nat. It's kind of weird seeing that she was blonde back then. Please, sir, take my brother too. You may be too young to understand this, but listen carefully, girl. You were blessed by the white flower. Oh! That's the thing that happened when Cecilia died. Life is fragile and costly. A person is alive thanks to the sacrifice of countless other lives. Animals killed for meat, crops scythed for grain, trees cut for wood. So many lives given up to keep one alive. These are hard times. Those who wish to live must protect and prove their worth. Unfortunately, your brother failed to demonstrate his value. Listen to your brother. Pick yourself up. Live well for those who sacrifice themselves for you. Prove your worth. He took me away. He protected me. He trained me. To this day, I still fear dreaming about my brother. I'm afraid that he might ask if I've led a good life. I completely forgot that they gave us this explanation of Raven's character. Comm signal started flashing. Raven woke from her sleep. How do you feel? You should be fully healed by now. Feeling proud of yourself? You did defeat a herrscher and showed them that the serpent cannot be stopped. You always proved my hypothesis, or you also proved my hypothesis. Though armed with destructive Honkai powers, herrschers are still mortal humans. Fucking cocky, isn't she? I hope you know what you're doing, Jackal. Of course I do. This is the first time we've acquired a live herrscher specimen. She's so happy. My experiments on her will greatly expand our knowledge about the very nature of Honkai itself. Will your experiments bring back the people killed by the Honkai? You're not a scientist, but I am. You want to appreciate what opportunities this specimen can offer. You'll never defeat an enemy if you refuse to understand it. Which, you know, honestly though, Jackal doesn't usually speak sense. This does make sense though. Because, like, Nat just wants to kill her off because she wants to get, like, I guess, avenge the dead. But that's also not going to bring them back from the dead either. Oh no, leave Kiana alone. No! We must embrace it, assess it, and learn how to defeat it. All your suffering would be in vain if we fail. Individual suffering and pain are just an insignificant speck of dust. We're here to end the only suffering that matters, the pain that Honkai inflicted upon the entire human race. So let's just focus on doing our respective jobs. Leave Brittany alone! The Herrscher of the Void is under your control. The activation button is set. No one will be around to stop our plans. Push the button. The people of this city will be reborn in 2 hours. I'm sure this plan is well thought out and not at all stupid as fuck. Surely. Right? World Serpent can be reasonable, yeah? Probably. Maybe. Trust, guys. I'm sure it's fine. According to the data we've collected, this should be the biomedical part. If things go well, we should be able to find clues about the antidote. If, and I mean if, you're exposed, you can activate Carbon's auto mode to help you escape. Please have faith in me, Alvatir. Alright, let's go take a look around. A cut mark. Looks fresh. A fight must have occurred here. I like this T-Rex skeleton, but its arms are positioned incorrectly. Palms inwards. Palms inwards, my guys. So close and yet so far. A pharmaceutical lab is on the right. Alright. Oh. Onwards we go. This should be what we're looking for. Somewhere in here, probably. Alright, what say you? The lab capsule has been opened. There's nothing in there now. Well, see, now that's a problem. Well, let's go check around a little further. We don't need to go in there yet. The plot will demand later. Gosh, they call themselves nerds and can't even get T-Rex's anatomical skeleton correct. You know, actually, I wonder about that. I wonder if they, like, even modeled that themselves. I wonder if they, like, just, like, found the asset and imported it, in which case it wouldn't even really be their fault at all. Not that you could expect even, like, regular 3D models to get that correct. It's like a somewhat niche thing. The messy log records a string of characters. Might be the password for the synthesis system. Keywords HSN B426 block reactions. That's where it's kept. Very heavily guarded. Hi, May! We haven't seen you in ages. Miss Raiden. It's been a long time. Dude, we haven't seen May in ages. How you been, May? God, when was the last time we even fucking saw her? When did we see May last? It's been a bit, right? Like, she showed up, like, briefly during, like, the Eye of the Deep stuff, but she wasn't really all that relevant. Like, we haven't seen how May's responded to Kiana being gone, really. Like, not much, other than we know that she's desperate to find her. Alright, here we go. We got level 45 May. I received the message you sent via the child. May, please don't kill your sister-in-law's wife. And it seems that Lady Fortune is still on my side. Oh, she's so mad. Look at how angry May is. The help has arrived. Did Dr. Tesla come along? The last time you saw Tesla, you tormented the shit out of her. We prepared for the worst once we received your message. Give me a good reason for trusting you. Lying is unwise, especially when lives are in danger. Look around, Miss Raiden. There is no ambush. The serum weakened me and placed me at your mercy. Fair enough. This deal is as real as it can be. Help me find the antidote. Can't fucking speak today. Help me find the antidote, and I'll tell you where Miss Kaslana is. To prove her words, Rita used a projector on her battlesuit to play a video of her fighting alongside Kiana. We're both in this city. We're on the same side. Antidote. I'm pleased that we've reached an amicable agreement. I'm counting on you, Miss Raiden. Alright, now. I guess I can't really, like, stealth this, huh? Alright, how the fuck does this May work? I remember her being, like, a lot of spam. No, Doots. There's an anti-Doot. How dare you deny me the Doots? Oh, this is Shadow Knight, isn't it? You know, I remember why I didn't like early Mei battle suits. She was kind of spammy and annoying. Look at how like limited her range is too. Alright, get rid of that one. Alright, fuck this shit. It just extends her range, which is helpful, kinda. Ugh, God, that was annoying. I've done what you asked for. Time to live up to your end of the bargain. The Serpent has a Honkai research facility located deep under this biomedical park. Miss Kaslana should be imprisoned there. I will send you the map and the route. A blade was drawn, its cold edge pressed against Rita's neck and cut her words short. Any reason for doing this? I need one more thing, Rita. I want the eye. The Gray Serpent's eye. As you wish. The eye will set the child free. A gentle reminder, Miss Raiden. For every moment you delay your rescue, you extend Miss Kaslana's sufferings. I'm afraid I have to bid you farewell. Hopefully you will not press your blade against my neck next time. Mei was really about here just to choose violence. Rita, watch the girl leave. I have secured the antidote. Time to investigate what they did to the shuttle EOS. No time for these enemies. I have to find Kiana as soon as I can. This door is locked. Could it be because of the fight? Okay. Well, we'll keep going this direction then. I'm assuming this door will work, yes? This is annoying. This is gonna take so long! God, she does so piss damage. I'll have to level her up immediately after this. This is annoying as shit already. No, stop that. Hep, hep, hep. It's exactly that. And then it keeps blocking me, which is annoying. Alright. No. Here, just do this. I forgot, like, how spammy Mei was back then. Okay, yeah, let's not do that shit again. God, that's obnoxious. I distinctly remember, like, when the Post-Honkai came out being like, wow, Mei can be fun. Wild. Ooh, I like her execution there. That's fun. Alright. Let's take care of this guy. Bonk. Bye, nerd. Please don't be a combat section. Please don't be a combat section. Please don't be a combat section. Don't make me do that. Not with May. I don't want to do that. Oh, thank God. Okay. Yeah, May has got to be leveled up, because that is not a thing I would like to do again. Alright. Enhancement available. Yeah. Alright, May. I immediately need to get you, like, to not be shit. Hey, which one is this one? That's Valkyrie Blade Striker. Alright, so Shadow Dash is not out yet. That's the other one. No, I can't do it yet? Fuck. That's so awful. I want the other May. I don't want to deal with this. Alright, can I... Okay, we can't do that one. So let's go get enhance Kiana some more. Okay, we can get a couple more levels for her. I'm not using Night Moonbeam because I don't care about Night Moonbeam, honestly. Alright, we can do that one. We can give May this one. Alright, Rita, what can I upgrade you with? Oh, just getting your levels up a bit. Okay, so we can't do much else. Alright, so Kiana's doing pretty good, which is great, because I need to be able to level everybody up. This is fucking insufferable. Good, Kiana battle suits only. Good thing I just leveled her up. Underground Lab, Biomedical Park. For countless nights, she dreamed of drowning in a bottomless abyss. It was pitch black. An icy coldness engulfed her. She tried swimming towards the surface to catch her breath. But it was just too dark, and the surface was just too far. Giving up appeared so much easier. She was tired. She was tempted to ignore the sufferings of the world and give in to sleep. But a voice weakly called her name. Fine cracks appeared in the massive slabs of ice. Her name felt so alien to her. It felt as though it was never hers. Yet every syllable of that name tugged at her heart.
Kiana.
Kiana.
Kiana Kaslana. Meo samase.
Kiana Kaslana, wake up. She remembered the name. She always longed to have that name. She slowly regained consciousness. She remembered things, the experiments and the interrogation. Her mission was not yet complete. She would not let herself continue sleeping. Alright, Krill. It's the part you wanted. Very impressive, Herrscher of the Void. You were unconscious for only 0.3 seconds in this test run. Your body is a work of wonders. No matter what I did, it always managed to put itself back together. Can you still talk? Your experiment. How many people in Arc City would survive your experiment? Are numbers that important to you? I thought we humans are just meaningless breadcrumbs on your dinner table. I'll gladly share the answer once I have one. If you're still alive by then, of course. Alright, next test item. Interconnections between the herrscher core and biological tissues. The girl could bear it no longer. She began to scream in pain. Jackal observed her through a comm screen and gave off a sadistic laugh of enjoyment. Your cells and tissues exhibit an astonishing level of Honkai resistance. The stigmata have started glowing after we injected the Honkai solution. Such beauteous patterns. Oh, how my faith has grown for my sire's promises of the future. The stigmata. You did everything you could to steal the Schicksal vaccines and pissed off the Valks. That they did. They did piss off the Valks. But nobody in this city has stigmata except for the zombies. Your calculations are wrong. Preposterous. I refuse to discuss details of my profession with a lab rat. Jackal waved her hand and initiated a new test. Maybe you did your math wrong. Place the decimal at a funny place. Always happened to me. Jackal waved her hand again and added another torturous routine. You are an insect that acquired powers you don't deserve. And you think that allows you to determine the world's fate? This is divine knowledge poised to shape our future. I won't let you insult it with grade school arithmetic. Improvements to the vaccine, the amount of Honkai to baptize the city and fully activate the people's stigmata. These are secrets known only to a genius like me. You're releasing the Honkai. Where? The city center? Or its outskirts? You're getting too inquisitive, lab rat. Skip the other tests. Start the dissection at once. What the hell? And I was giving you such a good show. I thought you would tell me something more. The lab rat suddenly smiled. She turned out to be a guest of a bad comedy show who finally lost her patience. Forget it. I don't think I'll get anything else from you. Jackal's helpless specimen no longer squirmed and trembled in pain. Instead, she grinned like a predator. This isn't possible. We've already... Oh, come on. I thought every girl knew how to fake painful screams and tears to get her way. To be honest, your hurty nonsense didn't really hurt at all. She raised her fist and swung a punch. Then another. The hardened, reinforced glass shattered like thin ice before her wrath. And I'm going to smash more than this stupid glass. I'm going to smash your stupid stigma project as well. I'll show you. The girl threw a few more punches, destroying the comm screen before Jackal could describe her threat. And I'll smash your stupid dog head as well. Kiana ripped bundles of IV tubes off her body, stepped out of the testing tank, and took in a deep breath. Alarms went off around her. A holding cell slowly opened to release a monster encased in a sickening purple carapace. The girl smiled and prepared herself for combat. How fucking sick is this, though? Kiana just faking all these painful screams just to, like, pump information out of Jackal? Like, our girl is intense. Dumb jock? Maybe. But, like, she's clever. She knows what to do. Hey, it's the lobster! Kiana, you... Yep, we faked it. Are you alright? Funny thing is, it doesn't really hurt at all. We are beating the fuck out of this thing. Get out of here! The lobster faces nothing but my wrath. Easy peasy. What a badass moment for Kiana. So proud of her. All right, we have one more section left. We'll do the other Trials of Darkness stuff. So let's go ahead and claim this. All right, May needs to be upgraded probably, but let's go do... All right, readings to be upgraded a bit, right? Oh, here, let's do number 7. We can do this. This. Is that what Kiana was at? No, Kiana was at a full 7s as well. Okay. Let's just do upgrading that. May is still weak as hell, but that's fine. We'll figure it out. All right, Trial of Darkness 2. All right, we'll add you 2 into it. I'm probably not going to be using May for much of anything. All right, go, Rita. Alright, enemies have unbreakable shields that will be disbanded when they're in the weak circle. Okay. Beat them inside the circle. Yep, I need you to stay right here in the middle so I can beat your ass. Good thing I leveled Rita up a bit. Yep, come on. In the circle with you. Yep. Into the middle of the circle, please and thanks. Shiva got the chance to humiliate someone instead of being the one that gets punked constantly. Yeah, she did! Which is great. Alright, that should get us a little bit more stuff to level everyone up. Alright, let's go over here to the next stage. We should be good enough to do things for the moment. As long as I don't have to use May for much. No, let's do... Should be able to take them all out like this, right? Nope. Never mind. It somehow managed to get outside the circle like an asshole. Come on. Into the circle with you. Alright. All of you, right here to the center. Alright. Easy peasy. Alright. I think we can go level up May a bit more now, because she needs to get up to where they are anyways. We only have a couple more stages left, though. But let's go back to enhancement. May needs to be... Ah, I can't do anything with May. Oh, that sucks. That really does suck. Okay, can I do anything else with this? Okay, I can't do anything with Kiana. I can't do anything with May. Can't do anything with Rita. Aquila, hello, hello. Welcome. What does this do? Okay, that's the frost buff. Okay, cool. Welcome to the stream, guys. What were you up to? Hopefully something fun. You got new viewers here. Yeah! Well, welcome new viewers. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Obsidian. We are playing through, or replaying through, the old Honkai Impact 3rd stuff on my mods account, because he hasn't done any of this stuff. What have we done? We're doing the Arc City stuff. So, Kiana has been missing for a long time. In actual real-world time, this was like a year before we actually got to see what was going on with her. We did like the whole side stuff with Bronya of like rescuing Seele from the Sea of Quanta, and now, this time, we've been investigating Heliopolis Life Sciences, which was a shell company for World Serpent, which is kind of like the Illuminati, run by Kevin. And Kevin has directed Jackal and Raven to terrorize people, and we're at this point now where basically they're trying to set up a bomb to like blow up the city to activate artificial stigmata on people to see if they can survive being in a world irradiated by Honkai, kind of. And they're still uncovering that plot right now. But Kiana has a tentative alliance with Rita. Rita's also contacted May, who doesn't know that Kiana is, or knows that Kiana's alive, but didn't know where she was up until this point. So May's trying to find Kiana. Kiana's trying to pump information to how to save the city, and Rita's trying to like decide how she wants to handle things instead of being a pawn for Otto. So a lot of stuff going on right now. How goes Honkai? It goes well. It goes well. We are currently doing some like side, like not story stuff because this gives us like level up stuff specifically for this mode, as opposed to like having to level the Valkyries, because it is not this easy to level the Valkyries in the actual game, sadly. Alright, who's next? Okay, we have 2 of these major ones. No. Oh, that's so fucking annoying. Okay, can we fucking not? God, I hate that thing. Very nice. You're gonna be eat a bit, but it will be lurking. Yeah, lurking's fine. We like lurkers here. Okay, could you please get in the damn circle? For fuck's sake, I need you to get right over here. There, Jesus. I forgot how obnoxious that spinning attack was. And these will be useful when we get to level everyone up as we progress through the next phase. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's do that. These enemies are kind of interesting. Alright, that's done with. Alright, who's next? Alright, more ones that Rita can counter. Alright, can we get into the center? Please and thanks. And then pop her ult. Yeah, this is really easy, actually. This is a lot different from like the last patch version of this, where we were like kind of struggling to level people. Like we actually are getting an excess of things because some of it is locked by like stage or story completion, which is fine. I don't mind that. All right, let's swap to Rita. And you can go away. The mechs. Okay, we'll use Kiana for this. Alright, I'm gonna need you guys to get into the middle again, if you don't mind. Alright, Rita can deal with this stuff. Alright, come on, to the middle with you. Could you, like, not... Just over here to the middle. God, stay in the circle. You're annoying. Easy. Do we have one more stage of this, or is that the last one? I think we have one more stage, right? No, that was the last one. Okay. Alright, there's all of that. So we should be able to continue the plot now. To the last phase of this. Oh, they're making me control Kiana and Mei here. This should be fun. I'm sure this won't be sad at all. Her killing blow shattered the Honkai beast into black fragments that quickly disappeared into the yawning void. A mighty explosion quickly followed. The giant doors behind her shook and fell apart. Kiana spun around and readied herself for another fight. But the intruder was someone she was wholly unprepared to meet. Kiana Kaslana had fantasized a million different reunions with Raiden Mei. But this was not one of them. She did not expect to meet her at this time or at this place. There was no joy in her heart. There was only fear. What are you doing here? You shouldn't be here. This place is dangerous. The sad piano. Every time. After all she had been through, she thought she was strong enough to face her best friend and girlfriend. But she lost all courage the very moment she saw Mei. She became that drifter girl once more. Guilt and fear of losing control plagued her heart. The demon of her past whispered behind her ears. Mei held Kiana in a tight, silent embrace. She held on tightly for fear of losing Kiana if she let her go. Kiana, you're hurt. I'll take you back to the Hyperion. Principal Teresa, everyone's waiting for you. No. I can't go back, Mei. The past where she could laugh with her friends was gone. She could not pretend that nothing had happened. Will they welcome her with smiles and hugs? Some wounds would never heal. A forced smile only worsens the pain it tries to disguise. I'm sorry. I can't go back. I can't put you all in danger again. Mei looked at Kiana as though she was a stranger. Not the hearts. And the blush. Kiana, this isn't the time to talk about the past. Enemies are coming through the corridors. Tell Mei to get ready for battle. Give me some time, Mei. We must leave this place quickly. I need to save this city from disaster. Before we can talk about other things. I understand. Rita told me where to find you. She told me everything. Kiana, I want you to know that everyone on the Hyperion will always be waiting for you. Kiana nodded. She then turned around to face the enemies. Well, I'm not worried about void things. Alright, can you guys drop ultimate stuff, please? Because I know I'm going to need it. Yeah, I'm just gonna use it now. Make sure we've used it. Bonk. And do this. I'm not worried about the Void Taurus. It's fine. And bonk. Up. I didn't time that right. Alright, you annoying asshole. I need you to stop that. They've turned on the chromatic aberration. Difficult to see what's actually happening, but it's fine. Probably. Up. We got an enemy. Who are we fighting? Alright. One more round of this. I can do this again. What an annoying asshole. I hate the Void Hellions. Get out of my way! Shoo. Okay, we're doing pretty good damage though, all things considered. Kiana's not having too much of a difficult time beating these things up. Only Rita can be used. Oh god. Okay. What do I gotta do with Rita? In the lab, that dog face mentioned their plan. Besides making a vaccine to wake up the stigmata in people's bodies, they're also creating a Honkai disaster that would affect the entire city to completely activate the stigmata. No more details about time and location. Even if we destroy this place, there's no way to stop their plan. I know where it is. Looks like Miss Kaslana has been well. I'm relieved. Don't even think about taking her away from me. May's immediately like, nope, you're not taking my girlfriend. Calm down, Miss Raiden. I told you. We're on the same team in this city. About the World Serpent's plan to create Honkai disasters here. I think I know what the rest of the plan is. I wonder why all these, like, CGs are so bit crushed. Like, I wonder if there'd be a way they could, like, patch it to fix those things. This city has been closely monitoring Honkai energy usage. Anything that may cause large-scale Honkai reactions shouldn't be found, except for those that could pass the inspection and enter the city legally. Especially those giant vehicles powered by Honkai energy. Our ship, EOS, is a perfect choice. So they took the EOS's engine and placed it on top of the signal tower in the center of the city for max effect. They were all compressed to file size years ago. I remember hearing that a while back when I looked at it. Yeah, I mean, that's obviously the reason why it was done. I just wish they would undo it. Remove the protective cover and have the engine run an overload for a while. And then, boom. Boom. A bomb that releases massive Honkai energy made of our engine. No way we can get out of this in an investigation. We can't stay here any longer. You're right, but it looks like they're not going to let us leave. A giant shadow slowly approaches, blocking both their path and view. How come? I just killed it. The gigantic figure of the strange purple beast re-emerged in the air. It shook its translucent shell, raising its claws ready to attack. Miss Kaslana, remember what you said to me. Making an escape is nothing compared to saving a city. I'll distract it. You go stop the bomb. Okay. We're gonna fight the lobster. Thank you for saving me at that time. See, Rita's being reasonable. And that evens our score. Alright. Come here, you. rude. Come hither. I doubt that ever touched them. Yeah, probably not. Alright, let's do our ult. We don't have a whole lot in the way of stamina and stuff, but we should be able to do this just fine. Some of them fixed their broken Shattered Sombra CG that's been years. I mean, they also haven't fixed a lot of translation errors and other issues, so they're not going to fix it. I already know that. But it would be nice. Carcasses of slain beasts covered the ground. Rita panted. Her body had not fully recovered from the serum. Her communicator buzzed. A familiar voice spoke. She took her sweet time. I won't be around if Master DeRailed arrives to take you away. Well, the goose is coming. Goose is gonna come take Kiana away, maybe. Alright, let's see. We have 2 more stages. Let's see what we can level up. Enhancement available. Alright, can we level May to not be... Okay, cool. Immediately I want to just not have to deal with that. And let's get her this. And that. Okay, cool. Fantastic. Alright, is she not the same level as everyone else? Okay, she is. And then we need to level this stuff up. Geese are fucking mean. Dudu isn't mean to anyone. I mean, no, but she's still Goose. The community has embraced this. Alright, let's give May that. Okay, she's ranked up to max, but we're not using the other one. Yeah, I'm just gonna level. May is so fucking useless. Like, she needs to be leveled up to max immediately. Because it's just... It's stressful to have her be so fucking useless. Genuinely. And then Kiana can be leveled up. And we should be able to do enough damage with Kiana as is, I think. Alright, cool. May is no longer useless. Alright, Kiana and May. Embrace the superior Duduma. I do find Duduma to be a very amusing thing, to be fair. We have a countdown timer, so we gotta be quick. God, I can't remember how good this music is. I forgot how like fun this was. We got some enemies. Bonk. If you want to reinstall Uma Musume, I mean, you could. I was thinking about watching Uma. I mean, we talked about this the other day. Like, I've been considering watching Uma Musume because of all the jokes about Sigrid. Very likely that I will do that, actually. I was watching the Kaiju Carmelis or whatever it's called. I did start watching that, which was very fun. But now that I'm caught up on that, there's a few other things I was going to watch, but Uma Musume is like kind of on that list of things I will probably get around to. Alright. Should be what? One more combat section? Or no, it's not. Okay. We're almost there. Hi, Raven! Here we meet again. No one will stand in my way this time. Oh, we're gonna get Raven's boss music, dude. Dude, Raven's boss theme is easily one of my favorite boss themes in the entire game. Like, it's such a fucking banger. Mildly repetitive because, like, of the time that it was made, but, like, it's just so good. Highly recommend that you start with Season 1 of Pretty Derby if you have any plans on watching it all, since I think it's better from there. Yeah, that's what I had heard, and that was kind of the idea. Alright, there we go. Kiana's maxed out, mostly, minus this last little thing, but we'll do that. Her actual, like, gear and stuff are maxed. Alright, let's go do this. Alright, Raven, ready to get beat up? I'm fine, Kiana. Don't let me distract you from your mission. The girl gently lowered her injured friend and stood up. The gray cape flapped in the wind. She was a raptor with both eyes on her prey. Move it. It isn't too late to stop. Your plans won't save anyone. You're just murdering them. You? Accusing me of murder? You created the second eruption. You are the worst genocidal monster in human history. Sidon didn't do nothing wrong. What do you mean? Sidon's fine. All the people she did kill, don't worry about that. That's not real. Don't worry about it. Sidon did nothing wrong, and also Kiana's not Sidon. But she isn't, is it? Don't worry about it. You're a fiend. You have no right to accuse us of anything. All 3 seasons of Pretty Derby, Road to the Top OVAs, beginning of the new era movie, Cinderella Grey anime. Okay. Have you ever heard the cries of those who suffered because of you? Those who were infected by the deadly Honkai? Those grieving widows robbed of their husbands? Those children torn from their family and turned into soldiers? You have not! You are deaf to the weeping and the howling and the gnashing of teeth. Oh, she's pissed. The once expressionless face betrayed a hint of sorrow. Once our plan succeeds, humanity will no longer need to fear you and whatever you might represent. Move it. I won't say it again. Alright, Raven, you ready to get your ass beat? Because that's what's going to happen. I'm ready to fight you, Raven. Alright, Raven. Alright, come on, Raven. I meant to dodge that. Alright, Raven, need you to stop moving around. And how do you like this? The fighters clashed in midair and landed without a sound. Victory had been decided. I hate this. It's so uncalled for to lay all this on Kiana when she's already feeling completely at fault for something out of her control. I mean, it is unfair. But, like, also, remember that grief and stuff isn't really fair in the first place. What Raven is mourning here isn't really Kiana's fault at all anyway. Remember we talked about before that, like, but basically everybody in Kiana's life right now is making zero distinction between her and Sidon. As far as they're all concerned, Kiana doesn't exist. She's just Sidon. In which case, Raven's anger is directed at what Sidon did during the Second Honkai War. She did throw meteors at the planet. She did kill a bunch of people. Like, that is the thing that Sidon did do. And a lot of people, like Raven, like Bronya, like Seele, they lost all their families because of what Sidon did. But the problem here is that, like, aside from, like, a very small group of people, they don't really recognize Kiana for the person that she is. The life that she had lived up until the point where Otto forced her to awaken as the Herrscher of the Void. So, like, it's both, like, unfair to Kiana in many ways, but also it's, like, unfair about just the whole situation. Because, like, no one's, like, really treating her like a person at all. She's just another puppet of the Honkai. She's just a continuation of Sidon. She's not Kiana at all. Which is why, like, when we get to it later on, when we do get to when she starts talking to Didendal and they talk about, like, how important the name Kiana Kaslana actually is to her, where Didendal, like, basically says, like, that name means nothing to me, but I relinquish it to you, kind of thing. It's such an important discussion because of, like, it's one of the few instances where they do actually, like, recognize Kiana for the person that she is, not being Sidon, not being something else. Like, it's so good. And you can't really, like, make that work without these, like, unfair, like, things. Because, like, Raven has no reason to trauma dump at Kiana. But she's, like, basically all of what she just said here is just lamenting the life that she's had to lead up to this point. She was denied her childhood. She was denied her family, all because the Honkai ruined everything for her. And that was the Herrscher of the Void. And now the rebirth Herrscher of the Void appears, and she's like, yeah, fuck you. It's not fair. But she doesn't know or care about Kiana's struggles because she doesn't see Kiana for Kiana anyway. So, like, I get that to them, they have no reason to believe otherwise. All they know is that Herrscher was back and wrecked everything. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, all Raven sees is that Kiana is the resurrected Herrscher of the Void. That's probably what Otto has told him. That was what his plan was. He had no interest in Kiana either, which is why he calls her by her serial designation and not by her actual name. Everyone does not view her as Kiana. They all view her as Sidon, which is so interesting, writing-wise. Blood stained Raven's cape. She staggered as she tried to cover her wounds. She could not accept this defeat. Go on. Do it, Herrscher of the Void. Kill me. Just like how you've been killing us all this time. Kiana looked into her enemy's eyes. She was probably about as old as she was, but those eyes only witnessed scenes of death and terror. That's really interesting. Like, Raven is probably about their age now that I think about it. I always kind of view Raven as, like, somewhat older than them, but, like, no, if she was, like, a kid during the Second Eruption, then she's probably not, like, that much older than they are. She's probably, like, as old as Rita, like 24-ish. Because Kiana's only, like, 18 here. Bronya's, like, 17, I think. So, like, Raven's probably not, like, but, like, a couple of years older than them at best. So those on Hyperion at the time are literally the only ones alive who knew Sidon was even defeated. Yeah, we don't really get to see much in, like, what they actually tell you about what happened to Sidon, other than the fact that they nuked her. But, like, I don't think that that's, like, really... Because, like, I think for, like, the broader public, I don't remember how much they've actually told people about, like, the Herrschers and stuff. I think I think people know what Honkai is, but they don't know about the Herrschers. I think the Herrschers have kept secret from the general public. World Serpent obviously knows about the Herrschers. And what I think Raven... knows so far, again, like, all she really recognizes is that my life was ruined by the Herrscher of the Void, and now the Herrscher of the Void is back. That's all she knows. So, like, Raven's anger here isn't necessarily unjustified, except for those who actually know Kiana's entire story. Raven doesn't know any of that, nor does she care. She doesn't view Kiana as the victim of Otto's machinations. She views her as the Herrscher of the Void, which is why she calls her as such during this conversation. Kiana holstered her guns. Our experiment has begun. You cannot stop it, no matter what you do. I've delayed you long enough with this fight. I win. Raven gave a cruel smile. She waved her hands weakly and created a smokescreen. Wait! Raven disappeared without a trace into the shadows of the city. I can't believe I'm running out of time when I'm just so close. Had she spent every iota of her strength, or she had spent every iota of her strength, her body was on the verge of collapse. It means that even if anyone knew about the herrschers or in Kiana's condition, no one was there to witness Himeko's fight. Now, appearing went MIA immediately after that, so no one else would have heard that Sin isn't in control anymore. Well, yeah, that's what I mean, though. Is like no one really like knows or cares. No one, like the details of that are really known. I think the general public doesn't even know that the Herrscher Void's back necessarily. I think some of them might know that. I forget how much they like actually told the general public, but yeah, as far as Raven's concerned, no, like they don't know. And that's also why Rita was so cautious at the very beginning of this like arc, right? Is like she didn't know if Kiana was still Kiana or if she was the Herrscher of the Void, because no one other than Kiana and Himeko know what happened during that fight. All I know is that they had a fight, Himeko didn't come out of it, and Kiana went missing. That's all that like most everyone knows as of right now. There must be some other way. This is definitely the last place to get stuck in. Kiana, you must unleash your herrscher powers. Fuhua, what did you just say? Use your void powers. We might be able to get there on time and stop the disaster. I know exactly what your plans are, and I know it's the only way. But you're hardly strong enough. Still strong enough to keep her persona in check, Kiana. Pay me no heed. Go ahead and use this powers. I realize that you're right. We shouldn't always be running away from our problems. Those who fell fighting the Honkai are gone. They will never see you making this world a better place. But the living will see what you have done for everyone. Kiana turned around and looked into Mei's eyes. Mei's lips trembled. She seemed to know that Kiana had made her choice. The silence and sadness in her eyes conveyed her feelings to Kiana. She knew that Kiana would not stop. Kiana looked up. Then she closed her eyes. Go and do what must be done. Thank you, Fuhua. Alright, you guys ready for one of my favorite animations of all time? Because when I saw the preview for this, I knew it was going to be one of my favorites. I was like, nah, dude. This is going to be one of my favorite songs of all time. And I was right. Like, I saw it, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to like this. I know me. I know my taste. I know what I like. And this is also just like, I watched it earlier today. And I'm like, no, yeah. This shit is absolutely fucking great. Alright, let's go do that. We'll do the Trial of Darkness later. Alright. Level Kiana to max. Yeah. Now it's just Rita. So close to max and yet so far. Alright, you guys ready? Because I fucking love this animation. She became an arrow darting across the neon-illuminated nightscape of Arc City. I almost used some of this for like the thumbnail for the stream today. I did use part of this animation for the thumbnail though. Let's go. The signature Kaslana bat, complete with a little chameleon on it. They didn't leave much into like Kiana's like little chameleon thing in this game too much. That's like a Gun Skill Z thing. Never let them tell you the bat's not a good weapon, guys. Bonk. Yeah, use the void powers, Kiana. You got this, girl. Man, when Time Fracture used to be cool. Alright, here we go. Guys ready for fields?
Kiana. Himeko.
Phantom Himeko coming to encourage her anyways. That's so good. That's so good. That now both of her eyes were blue again. Full control over herself. Jesus. It's a hell of a fucking explosion. The Serpent's dark plans shall end in one brilliant conflagration. The girl was the only one who knew the secrets, and she gave chase to the fallen star. Oh, she's here! Wielding the Abyss Flower to create plants is pretty rad too. Somewhat dangerous, but it's fine. Feel bad for May? Yeah, a little bit. May's having a hard time right now. I remember seeing a lot of art of this on Twitter when this came out. All she saw was Kiana fly off and fucking explode. Yeah. I didn't know! It's the goose. Oh, they just leave us on that too? I forgot that's like where they ended that. Wild shit. Well, let's go ahead and do these last few stages, and then we'll go see what our next stream is gonna have for us, because there's a few things. I'm very excited about the next stuff we're doing. And thwap. Alright, who's next? Alright, yeah, you guys get out of here. Alright, who is it? Oh great, another death web. No problem, though. Well, that was fairly simple, all things considered. At least these stages aren't really hard. And I don't intend to use Rita, so I think we can just kind of like power through this, because we just need to finish them. I don't think there's anything else really like in this mode other than just like finishing it and getting all the crystals, which we desperately need on Insane's account, because holy fuck, my guy needs all the help he can get. How the fuck did you survive that? I'm trying to think if we have like a psi type we can use to counter these. Oh, okay. Fucking stupid ass mechs. Oh right, this May is a creature type. That's somewhat unhelpful. I should not have used that there. Now. At least these don't have like use the ult or whatever. I hate those like things of like use the ult this many times or this many things. That shit was so fucking annoying. I'm really glad that most of the stages now are like just finish the shit. Just finish it and finish it quickly. That is so much nicer than just, yeah, you use the ult, use these Valkyries, do it in this time frame. Like, stop, I don't wanna. Just have me like focus on finishing the stage. Alright, I'm gonna need all of you to get together in one spot, please and thanks. Yep, alright. Next. Alright, we should be able to power through this with Rita. Yeah, there it is. I mean, she's almost maxed out anyway. Alright. Done. How many stages we got? 3 more stages? That's not too bad. Let's go level up. Let's go collect all this stuff first. And enhancement available. Yep. Let's go enhance that. That. And that. Yeah, and we'll leave that as... Or what does this thing do? Constant restores SP in the first 90 seconds of battle. That should be fine, actually. Alright, everybody's maxed out. Now we just gotta finish up the last 3 stages of this, and then this stuff is finished. Challenge alert, huh? I don't care about challenge alert. Our team's got this shit. We're good. I'm not worried about it. Alright, who's next? Could we all, like, cluster together, please and thanks? Okay, they'll probably cluster around the ranged one. Alright, yep, got that. Do this. Alright, got it. No problem. Alright. First stage done. God, I wonder that we have Herrscher the Void in this. Or not Herrscher of Thunder. That'd be great. I mean, I guess Herrscher the Void would be kind of fun too, all things considered. But they ain't gonna do that either. See a lot of Genshin in these old models now. Yeah. There was a lot of, like, Genshin was still being in the process of developed at this time, so, like, but you can see a little bit of that design philosophy in this. Just a little bit. Which we can talk about that in a second, actually. We're at a position where I might be able to, like, articulate some of my thinking at the time. Okay, there we go. First group done. Let's go with the Kiana. Alright, should be the last phase. And do this ult. Yeah, we got it. Never style but a model construction? Yeah. I see what you mean though. I know what you mean. So when we do this last stage, I can actually pull up the next few trailers that we're going to be going through, and we can talk a bit about what was happening at this time and like what was building into it, because there is some important stuff to talk about with that, I think. All right, let's summon me again. All right, last one should be the stuff that Rita can counter, right? Yeah. God, these flying fuckers. Get over here! Annoying little shit. God, I hate them fucking things. At least these things are easier to cluster. Alright. Let's do that. God, their shields are annoying. Starting to hurt my finger having to spam all this shit. Alright. There we go. Where are they? Yeah, I need all three of you to kind of like stay clustered, please and thanks. And then we can do that. Okay, Jesus, got it. Okay, that should square us away on all of these stages. Yep, that should be 100%. Yeah, 100%. Okay, so all of that's done, which means this is the next story thing. We're building into the Thunders of Nagazor arc, which is going to be very fun. However, if I am correct in what I remember, we're going to end up... Yep, I am correct. So, the very next patch after this is a Post-Honkai Odyssey. So the next time that we do stuff, we're actually going to put the main story on hold. And we're going to go back into open world stuff. And we're going to do a Post-Honkai Odyssey. Because that desperately needs to be done now. Because like that was, if we're following the release schedule, that's what comes next. So, the reason why I wanted to talk about this a bit, because we're going to pull up the trailers and stuff too. There's a few of these. Let's pull up the version 3.8 trailer. There's the boss demo for a Post-Honkai. I don't care about that. There's a few things I want to pull up here. The Post-Honkai Odyssey trailer as well. Those are the two things we're definitely going to need to pull up. Why did that open up? Why did that open up the PNG and not the thing? Open link in new tab. Okay. So, when this patch was about to come out, we were getting to see like how what was so interesting about the Post-Honkai Odyssey was that it had like a Z-axis, right? So you could jump, you could move around. The combat felt a lot more dynamic. And when it actually came out, I remember us talking a lot in voice chats and stuff about how, judging off of like what I had seen in Post-Honkai Odyssey and Sakura Samsara, that like I felt that Hoyo had the groundwork for an open world game. That they had already been doing this for a while anyway. And we had heard rumors and talks of Genshin. We had seen little bits and pieces of it. We hadn't actually played it yet. But, like, I could see the vision, right? I could see the idea. That, like, Post-Honkai Odyssey and Sakura Samsara had really set up this idea of, like, okay, Hoyo kind of, like, has this ready to go. Like, the fundamentals are here. I can see it. And by this point, they had already kind of won me over. Like, I already knew that, like, Hoyo was probably going to be doing pretty well with things. So, okay, like, I'm willing to hear them out about an open world game. I feel like this is probably going to be okay. And in some points, I was right about that. Genshin did carry over a lot of stuff. But, like, Genshin also is what I think the beginning of a lot of problems that Hoyo would maintain for every title after this. Where, like, a lot of the like really basic fundamentals of like how the shop is constructed, how you can grind for characters, all of that stuff that makes it free to play friendly and actually like interesting was kind of like scrapped and canned forever. They never did that ever again. So I did find that like when we went into that, I was very like, I had optimism, and then I played the betas of Genshin, and then I went into the game itself and I was like, man, that is genuinely frustrating. It's like genuinely frustrating. I had so much high hopes for them too. Alright, so what we will do first, we were going to watch the version 3.8 trailer, which is what the very next patch is. We'll do this next time, or parts of this next time. This is story stuff. Durandal, Destroyer of Quantum Shades. That's a great title for her. May's codependence is really shining through here. Oh yeah, there's a Durandal boss fight here. I forgot about this. I forgot about that. We never see her in this outfit very often. Alright, so that's actually pretty interesting. What was this part? Oh, yeah. The threads of fate are still being spun. I love that they used to add like little like cliffhanger things into all the trailers. These were so interesting. Alright, so there was that. That's the main story thing. But the other big part of like this next patch was the addition of a Post-Honkai, which we had seen some boss teasers and stuff, but let's go watch the actual like trailer for that. Because this is pretty cool too. I'm very interested to see how everyone responds to this when we play it next time. Also, this music is really good. Hey, look at Not Kirito. Adult May. And Carol! Oh, we love Carol. God, Adam is so bland now. Adam is so fucking boring in his like design. Genuinely one of their weakest designs, I would say. But like this mode is so like weird and interesting. Let's see if we can pull up like some of the actual comments. You guys can see a little bit about this before we actually get to do it. They had a few like showcases of some stuff here because they were teasing it for a while. Let's watch. We have like a boss teaser thing. Yes. Also, what the fuck was this event? I don't know what that is. Alright. So this is what they were showcasing us, which was like, imagine the combat we've had up to this point, with all the basic early game, like, not pals, I've been playing Powerwall too much. Other game Valkyries and stuff. And then you see this trailer. Like, showcasing how dynamic and fun all this stuff actually is. Do you know how exciting this was? Like, this was so, like, vastly different from everything that had come before it. Now, I will say Post-Honkai is extremely divisive in the community, for the most part. But I do think that there was a lot of really good stuff that came out of this. Whether or not you like that it was a thing at all. And bonk. What's really good about a Post-Honkai Odyssey is that they have a lot of really good, like, synergy with the characters really well. Like, this was like you have, like, team synergy and stuff with how whether you construct your teams and stuff in the game. But this felt like, wow, these characters are kind of built to, like, work with each other. And I remember feeling like, wow, this is, like, genuinely really fun to do. And I remember one of my first thoughts of this was like, how the fuck is Mei fun? Because up until this point, Mei was not a very fun character to play. She was very repetitive and kind of spammy. And they actually sort of, like, leaned a bit into, like, this sort of Devil May Cry type stuff and then, like, made her, like, a lot more, like, snappy and fun. I was like, wow, this is, like, actually kind of fun. Mei can be fun. I didn't think that she could be. So it was very, very exciting to see that happening. The beginning of Hoyo's decline as a community and player-focused game and the shift towards using the community for goodwill and only truly listening to concerns when all else fails. Yeah, Genshin really was like kind of the beginning of the end, I think. Well, I do think that there are some, like, I think the Zenless stuff has ended up pretty well for the most part. I think Zenless has been a pretty positive experience, both from, like, a player perspective and from, like, everything else. But there's, like, Zenless also still has some of the trappings of the other games like Star Rail and Genshin that I'm like, I don't know if this works for me, Chief. But, like, I do think that at this point, like, Hoyo had grown as a company so much, and they had earned so much goodwill by just creating a nice player-focused experience and a really good story. Like, the writing and stuff has been, again, I've been enjoying myself a lot coming back through this. And while we haven't been able to do a lot of the events and things that came out at this time, this main story stuff is just so good. Like, these characters feel fleshed out. We get to see their lowest points. We get to see them struggle and grow and develop and change. It's really, really good. And then Genshin abandoned that. Like, immediately abandoned that. And I will never understand why they chose to do that. Now, I think they've changed some of it. They've made their writing a little bit better in recent stuff. I can't really speak for, like, Fontaine onwards. I think they got a lot better. I think some people had mixed feelings with Natlan, but I think the Nodcry stuff and the Moon and apparently Shinzaya stuff has been pretty good. But the art video in the old game had is so... Wow, the art vid that old game had is so... 5. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Zenless is a bit more friendly. I think Zenless is more friendly. Like, I don't know exactly how to describe it, but, like, when I'm playing Zenless, I feel like Zenless is, like, more player-friendly. I get a lot more, like, extra pulls than I feel like you do get in other stuff, and their anniversary rewards are fucking amazing. Like, genuinely, they've been really, really good. But it's like Genshin, I feel like Hoyo is, like, testing my patience with Genshin, because I do feel like whenever I play Genshin, it's like, and I think the community would agree to this to some point, that it feels kind of neglected, and it feels like Hoyo doesn't really give a shit about it. Like, their anniversary rewards are kind of shit. Their battle passes are really not great. And I don't know. I feel like Genshin is not the one that they favorite. And up until somewhat recently, I would say, like, Impact 3rd still was kind of the favorite. And this is a point that I would like to... We'll emphasize it more when we get to the Part 2 stuff. But there's been a complaint in the Impact 3rd community a lot. And I've talked about this a few times in the past, where people say, like, oh, the game's into servicing. They're treating it so shittily now. They don't care. Or they're just pushing out the Part 1 characters because the game is failing and they want to get the money. Except Impact 3rd was never about the money. Like, if you look at Hoyo's titles, especially these days, like, Impact 3rd has sort of always had this, like, special place with Hoyo of the game was never intended to be their moneymaker. It never was. Genshin blew the sales out of the fucking water, like, immediately. And even now, Genshin is one of their best-selling games, period. They make so much money from Genshin. And Star Rail is the same. Star Rail makes a fucking ton of money. Impact 3rd has never been their moneymaker. It was the thing that kind of got them started after Guns N' Girls Z, because Guns N' Girls Z really, like, founded the company. Because they had games before that, like, you know, Fly Me to the Moon and stuff that failed and didn't do very well. But Guns N' Girls Z made, like, a lot of money. And that's what helped Hoyo, like, establish itself as a company. And then they moved into Impact 3rd that had more broad appeal and kind of helped them grow a bit more. And then Genshin fucking exploded. Right? But, like... The people who complained, like, oh, they're only putting Part 1 characters in Part 2 because Part 2's not doing well. They have no faith in it. It's not making any money. It's like, well, clearly you didn't know Impact 3rd's, like, role within Hoyo. This was a passion project. They cared about it. and they're not trying to make it into a profitable thing. I think they had hoped that part 2 would draw in more players to kind of bring people into it again. But I never think that like Hoyohe was ever of the mind that this game was going to make them the same kind of money that like Star Rail or Genshin ever did. And that argument has never really made any sense to me. Like they pressed the Kiana button to make money, and I'm like, I don't think they did, guys. I don't think that's how that works. I don't think they're doing that. It really has felt lately like ZZZ is their new favorite over even Impact Third. Well, I mean, a lot of Impact Third animators and dev team people from the original stuff moved to Zenless. As a prime example of this, I'll go find it. It is. So this trailer here, which is really nostalgic. It's so nostalgic to see this again. We used to have to see this on loop every time a patch was trying to update. So, one of the animators who basically animated this entire thing by himself, he's like one of the OG like 6 people. Because remember, this was made like when Hoyo was like really, really fucking new. They were like a team of 6. One of those 6 animators is one of the animators who, or like directors or whatever, who works in Zenless. So like we have old guard people who are working on Zenless, and you can kind of tell that like Zenless does feel like it's more dynamic, it's more interesting. The writing, like even lately with like the stuff with Remiel, where it's kind of like paralleling a lot of stuff that like old Impactor talked about. Like they have the like Karma cores and the Void Hunter weapons that are sort of mirroring Herrscher cores and Divine Keys, and the Enchainers being kind of like Herrschers. They're mirroring a lot of this old like Honkai concepts, and I think it's because a lot of the team who works in Zenless, at least some of the higher ups on that team, used to be Impact Third devs. They used to be on this team working on this stuff, which is kind of interesting. And I think that is ultimately like why in some ways Zenless does kind of have the same vibe that Impact Third used to. But these days Impact Third just like, I mean, they're wrapping up the part 2 story next patch. That's like next week, I think. And then the game isn't into servicing, which some people are really deposing about. And like that's not happening. They've said it many times. But like, we don't really know what the game is going to be like moving forward. But the way that they've been handling, like we're not even getting proper Valkyries. We're getting like Astrolop characters, and just like Divine Key or like whatever for Astrolop stuff. Like that's weird. That's a weird decision to do. Like that's really, really strange. And this is like the second patch we're doing this now. I'm like, is this gonna be like the thing moving forward now? Because that's a little disappointing. But it is odd, and I feel like it's because they might be transitioning a lot of their team into other things, like working on Zenless, or what I suspect is bringing Impact Third characters into Star Rail and then having them be like the writers or animators for them who've worked on these characters before. Such is my guess. I have no concrete evidence of this, but that's the vibe I'm getting. Is they're winding Impact Third down a bit and making it where it's a lot easier to manage with a smaller team while moving a lot of their majority other team members to other stuff. Such is what I think. So I think they might be like change a bit of priorities just a little bit. I think it's also a hard sell to higher ups to route funds to further develop Impact Third when it's so outdated, run its course, has limited player base now. I mean, it does, but Impact Third also has a very like consistent fan base. It's not like a huge like moneymaker by any stretch of the imagination, but it's like not really gaining or losing much. They lost a lot at the beginning of part 2, but I don't know how many of that was like old veterans players like myself. I think it was just like, you know, people who came in a little bit, played part of part 2, and then kind of quit and was like, oh, this game's dead, whatever. But it is a bit of a hard sell to keep funneling money into it. But like with Guns Girl Z, they didn't end Guns Girl Z either. They just discontinued its global server and then continued to update it in the Chinese and Japanese servers. So like, Impact Third is hitting that, where like the game is still going to get updates. We're going to get story stuff and playing around with it, but it may not necessarily be as like serious as what we've had up to this point, which is sort of why I chose this time to start streaming the story stuff now, because I felt like it was important to showcase, experience, and preserve it. Even if, like, we're not hitting end of service, I do think that it's important to, like, while this discussion's happening, to remember what this game did really, really well and how it established stuff, to remember, like, where Hoyo came from. And to, re-experience this with you guys. Because I said many times, I've wanted to stream this game for ages. Like, actually doing the proper story and responding to it and giving my thoughts and ideas about why I really liked this stuff and why it was so special to me. It's great to come back to this now and re-experience this with everyone. It's so much fun. I've been having a blast playing these things, by the way. It's been so much good times. An archive. Yeah, a little bit like an archive, I would say. It's not, like, again, not quite that, because we're not hitting end of service. But I think it is important to have a little bit of this, at least from my channel. My channel's so entwined with Impact Third and Hoyo stuff. And Impact Third especially being such an important game that I play literally every day. And then me not having streamed a lot of it feels criminal in some ways. And that's something I definitely wanted to, like, rectify. And now felt like the right time to do it. At least, so I felt anyways. Now let's see. What else do we have coming up? We have a Post-Honkai next time. We have some gameplay trailers, which we're not worried about that. We'll see that when we get to it. That'll be a next week thing. Wow, they had already gone through Cooking with Valkyrie Season 1, and then they started Season 2 around this time. That's wild. I also don't know how much of, like, a Post-Honkai we'll be able to actually go through. Just because, like, it has the like, weekly adventure tasks and stuff, so it may be a thing we do, like, a little bit of, and then we do the story, we come back to it bits and pieces. We may do more frequent streams just so we can kind of, like, power through it. I think I had to do that with the Post-Honkai Part 2, when I streamed that from my account when that first came out. Oh yeah, we do have adventure tasks to do, don't we? I didn't get these. This is a problem. You should do a Holy Grail War stream too. Played a bit of it. It's pretty good. Mostly voiced in English except for the fake characters. I mean, I've been on the fence about that one because I'm like, do I really want to stream that? Because I really did not like the first Fate collab, like, at all. I really did not like it. I also have absolutely zero interest in Fate as a series. I've never particularly cared about it. So I have a lot less of an interest in that than I think most people would. But, like, we did stream the last one. I suppose I have somewhat of an obligation to stream it. But I also am just like, I'm very, like, indifferent, I think. So we still can't do a 10 pull. Shame. I was looking at this. I don't think Insane needs Rita. I generally don't think Rita's very useful for his account at all. That said, Sushang would be helpful, but that's like 90 pulls guaranteed before we get her. I don't know if I want to spend his crystals on that. It's a shame. You always saw it as a cool event, but never cared so much. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. Interesting for people who like Fate, but, like, I don't know that I care about that, like, at all. And, like I mean, I might stream. I streamed the first one. I suppose we could do the next one. I haven't done it yet. I haven't touched it. I'm still doing the Zenless event with, like, it's like the shooter extraction thing. I've not done that at all. I also need to do this bullshit, which Insane's account's gonna have a hard time doing. I'm not streaming that, though. I don't know. I'll decide. I might set some time aside next week to do it. I don't know how long the Fate collab is supposed to be, but, like, maybe we can just dedicate a stream to trying to finish it. If it takes, like, 4 hours or so to do, it wouldn't be too bad to do during a weekday. Depending on if I got any sleep the next day, or the day before, because I've been really sleep deprived. Like, a lot. It's been a problem. But yeah, so, the next time we do this, we will almost certainly be in a Post-Honkai. We'll start that up. Might not have time to do this chapter yet. But we will start that stuff. We're going to try to do things in, like, the way that it was actually done. Because once we finish the Post-Honkai, then we're back in the main story. We can do Prodigal Returns and Imminent Storm, Thunders over Nagazora. let's see. From the beds of everlasting snow into all of the Herrscher of Ice stuff is next. Immortal Phoenix, Wings of Awakening, the Ava collab patch. Me and myself. Then there's the Sinti patch, the Haxor Brawny patch. God, the Elysian Realm was not added until version 5.0. And that was when the Flame Scion Kiana was added. Damn. I didn't realize that's when that was added. I thought that was sooner, but like, no, it took it a while. But we're gonna maintain. We're going patch by patch and doing things in release order. I have an entire like Word document dedicated to that. So we are doing this stuff in release order. So we will do a Post-Honkai, then we'll continue the main story until we get to, I guess, the end of the Flame Scion stuff. And then we will do the Elysian Realm shit. And that's gonna be a thing that's gonna be kind of fun, of going through like the Elysian Realm like trials chapter 1, and then we do main story stuff, and then back to chapter 2, and then we'll do all of the like Birth of the Tragedy, Dusk of the Fool stuff. Then a Post-Honkai part 2, then the main story stuff, and then Flame Chaser Trials chapter 3 is in 5-6. And then we, like, in 5-7 is when we start the actual, like, I think the proper Elysia story. Which, that goes over, like, holy fuck, that goes over from 5-6 to version 6.0. Technically, the story ends in, like, 5-9, but Herrscher Fuminigo LE was 6.0. That's going to take so long. Like, I remember recording the story for the Elysian Realm stuff when we actually get to that, and I'm pretty sure that took me, like 30 plus hours. That's going to be a multi-stream thing to do. That's going to take forever. Because that was, at the time, like, the longest chapters that we had in the game yet. It was really long. And my recordings of me not talking over it was, like, 8 hours. So that one, whenever we get to that is going to be a really, really long series of stuff. But also my favorite story in the entire game. So look forward to that one eventually. Looking online that it takes about 5 hours of just pure gameplay and story. Which means with me yapping, it's going to take probably 6 or 7 hours. Unless I just stay out of VC and just mute everyone. And then don't get distracted by chat, which may or may not happen. I don't know. I will decide on that. I'm not going to make a proper schedule for this, but we will decide sometime before. Because if we do streaming next week, it'll be like starting Wednesday probably. That's like, if I'm doing a weekday stream, it'll be like Wednesday and Friday, or like the days that I would consider. I don't do streams on like Thursdays because that's usually patch update days for Impact 3rd, and I have to record stuff on my own account. So Thursdays are always off limits. And then Monday, I usually need to like recover from work day stuff because work is awful. And Tuesdays is usually maybe, but probably not. And then Wednesdays and Fridays are usually the better days for that. So tentatively, maybe, possibly the Holy Grail War stuff, maybe. If I'm feeling like it. Unlikely, though. But we'll see. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this. I've been having so much fun playing through this stuff. It's been great to revisit these old stories and seeing the things that I forgot happened. Because it's been so long since I played them. It's great. It's a good time. But anyways, I will see you guys sometime next week with either this or Star Rail or both. We'll figure it out. Yeah. Bye.